disability is not ability in the South African higher education sector. And we have our sign language interpreter, Mr. Jonathan Debe. And to introduce myself, I'm Wiseman Shezi. and by the acquired title of Doctor of Philosophy. Please, when you faint or something, don't actually rely on me because I'm not a medical doctor. Without much further ado, we're then going to have Dr. Masintle Lingane, who will take about 10 minutes or less. She's got another commitment, so she won't be staying for the duration of this Indaba. Dr. Lungane is the Acting Director, Systems and Policies in the Leadership and Transformation Department here in UNISA. Over to you, Dr. Lingane. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Shezi. Good morning, colleagues. I know that you're still getting a cup of coffee, but as soon as we settle, the program will start. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, and our beloved students, it is my honor to welcome you all to this important gathering, hosted here at the University of South Africa under the theme, Against All Odds, Disability is not an inability in the South African higher education sector. Today, we come together not only to share knowledge, but to affirm a collective commitment to equity, access, dignity, and the limitless potential of every individual. We are deeply privileged to host an exceptional panel of guests, participants whose leadership, advocacy, and lived experience continue to shape the landscape of disability inclusion in our country. Please join me in welcoming Nosi Piwo Delupom, Ms. Nomasonto Mazibuko, Gloria Ledwaba, Ntate Nesi Tumi, who is an ex-student and an ex-employee at UNISA. Welcome, Simon. And Megan Chauke Adonis. These are our esteemed guests, and you're most welcome. And your presence enriches this platform and strengthens our resolve to transform higher education into a space where no student is left behind, where disability is embraced not as a barrier, but as a dimension of human diversity that deserves recognition, respect, and proactive support. As a university rooted in open and distance learning, UNISA carries a special responsibility to champion accessibility, to innovate for inclusivity, to ensure that our policies, practices, and environments empower all students, especially those who continue to navigate the historical and structural challenges associated with disability. Today's Indaba invites us to listen deeply, reflect courageously, and act decisively. May the insights shared here move us towards a higher education sector that is truly inclusive, just, and transformative. Thank you for joining and for joining us as our guests and our participants. And once again, a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lingane, for setting the scene and also giving context to the rationale behind this Indaba, specifically within the confines of the higher education sector. And let me take this opportunity to welcome our exhibitors who have given of their time to actually grace this occasion. And also, we just want to now recognize exhibitor Edit Micro, and I see there are other exhibitors. It's industries, is it industries chairman? And I'll also introduce the other exhibitors. So for the next 20 minutes or so, we'll have an exhibition from Elite Micro. If you could please just get ready to give us an exhibition which will enlighten us on the matter relating to persons with disabilities. Over to you, ma'am. Sorry? No, not at all.
Right. Good morning, colleagues. I feel very privileged to be here today and to have the opportunity to address you. My name is Anik. I am a speech therapist and an assistive technology specialist representing Edit Microsystems today. Can I ask who of you are familiar with Edit Microsystems? Have you heard our name? Have you seen us, worked with us before? I'm seeing lots of head shakes. This is not good. And there I'm saying, oh, okay, at least we've got some celebration that side. So Edit Microsystems, we are an establishment. We've been working for more than 30 years within the space of disability, and we are a company that focuses on empowering and enabling the disabled community through assistive technology. Right, so as an assistive technology specialist, my role is to understand, using my healthcare background, what it is that is proving to be a barrier for the student with a disability, and to recommend a solution through technology that would enable participation for that student as if they were not a disabled student. All right. Edit Microsystems is involved in quite a broad range of different technologies and spaces. We assist with auditory and hearing impairment, blind and low vision, accessibility and motor impairments, early childhood development, communication and AAC, which is my field of passion and expertise, STEAM learning, neurological and neurodevelopmental impairment, learning and literacy, as well as innovative ICT access. When I speak to people about what I do, I like to use this quote that says, for people without disabilities, technology makes things easier. For people with disabilities, technology makes things possible. I have seen this time and time again. If you give the student the right access method, you will be so shocked at the absolute potential that they've had that has not been seen and has not been realized just because we, as the gatekeepers of access, have not provided them with the right tools. If we're talking about disability and assistive technology, you'll hear us often talk about low-tech, mid-tech, and high technology supports. This just talks about the amount of technology or component that's in it. Something as simple as a pen grip is an assistive technology, but obviously the tech side of that, you wouldn't know so much. We're going all the way up to speech-generating devices that incorporate artificial intelligence to predict communication needs for individuals with cerebral palsy. So it's quite a huge range, and us at Edit Micro, we believe that high technology systems should be much more of a focus in the South African market. A lot of people will say that because of our funding constraints, high-tech assistance is not for the South African child, it's not for the South African student. That is not true. If we're looking at the severe disability that we have because of our triple burden of disease in South Africa, and if we look at the extensive human resource deficits that we have because of infrastructural deficits, we actually can pave so much more and fill so many more gaps with high technology supports. All right, I understand this might be a bit abstract for you. When you visit our stand a little bit later and see the type of things that we can offer, you might have a bit more of an idea of, what would a high technology solution be. But the important thing that I'm here to share with you today is that these supports cannot be static across the person's lifetime, because disability and access is not something that is a static thing. Wherever you move into from secondary education to tertiary education, if you're moving into a workplace, the access needs and the barriers are different. And therefore, it's important that we are continually reassessing whether a student has access and what that access looks like. Is it true access? Is it true participation for the student in every facet of their student life, like any other person would have? Are they able to access committees and communities on campus? Not just academically, are they able to participate in exams and tests and classrooms? So we have to think about whether this person is actually equipped for the workspace as well. Because we're in tertiary education and we want to eventually have all of our students enter the workforce, it's important that the accommodations we set for them now are sustainable and are feasible for a workplace to accommodate them in, because that is what we are looking at. We want to empower them to enter the workforce. So my question to you is, you've gotten an intro into assistive technology and what the potential benefits are. As people who are instrumental in providing access for these students, can you confidently say that you are not limiting students' access just because you haven't explored all of the options available to them? We oftentimes will fall back into the accommodations that we know well. Is that truly the best accommodation for that student? Is it the most feasible in the long term? Is it the most sustainable solution? And does it truly give them as much access as they should have and can have? All right. I'm going to invite you guys to visit our stand on that side. You'll also get a tender catalog before you leave. The tender catalog, this is the rehabilitation tender and the rehabilitation technology tender, and this is going to be valid until 2027. We've got a price list and product poster within that tender document, and there you can see every single product that we offer. We have various therapists and educators, special needs educators within our company. If there's a student, I want to implore you, we'll be here all of today. If there's a student that you can think of that you feel might benefit from something, but you are not sure what that thing is, please come speak to us. We do assessments and screenings of students with disabilities at no cost. So we can come out to the university, we meet with the student, we understand what their access barriers are, and we will recommend a tailor-made solution for that student. And if you are still not convinced, will this be something that the student needs, we offer what's called a proof of concept. And that's essentially a loan period for that student to see, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, if they're in the classroom, if they're at home, if they're in the hostel, wherever they are, does this enable them? Does this empower them to do what they need to do before you purchase from us? Anything that you do purchase from us, we also offer training free of cost. Right? So we want to be able not just to empower that student, but also to empower you as the person that needs to advocate for them. Right? So you need to understand the system. If I strengthen you and you're resolving this, then you are going to be the advocate for so much more and say, you know what, I've seen this technology work for this student. I know that it would work for the following student. All right. So just an example of some of the things that we've got on that side that you might be interested in. We have got reader pens that essentially fulfill the job of a reader for dyslexic students. So the pen now has access to some South African languages, to Afrikaans, Zulu, and Xhosa. The pen would do the job of a reader and is a lovely alternative because it is a completely objective reader. There's no change in tone if that student needs to hear the same sentence 10 times. It's also a lovely independent reader tool because for a dyslexic student, that pen is the same thing they use when they're doing their homework, when they're doing their assignments, when they are doing anything outside of the classroom and within the classroom. It's not an othering experience for them, and it enables them in every single step prior to the exam or the test. Right, so we've got a range of reader pens with different options. We also have software called Text Help. Anyone heard of Text Help Read and Write? Okay. So Text Help is also a reader and a scribe software. So it has got an exam lock function. Many of our universities and TVET colleges have now implemented this. Essentially, it takes away the need for a reader or a scribe because the software will read to them as they go. It has an audio dictionary as well as a picture dictionary. You, as the examiner or as the lecturer, they can completely disable things that they might feel is not needed for, say, it's a language exam, they don't want a translation ability or they don't want a dictionary ability. It's entirely customizable to make it work for that student and give them access in a much more independent way. We also have a variety of speech generating devices for students that have a limited spoken language. We have got quite a range of blind and low vision devices, from magnifiers to braille displays to screen readers, software like Dolphin Supernova. They have different visual displays. So for any visual impairment, you would be able to adapt that monitor to actually cater to the colors that they would be able to see best. We've got low-tech supports like liquid level indicators, signature guides, money sticks to empower the students in their everyday. There's quite a range of devices, and they range all the way from a very low-tech, easy device that you might be very familiar with to very complex systems. No system would necessarily be an outright fit for a student, but that's my job, is to know what would be the perfect solution or combined solution to get that student to where they need to be. All right, can I ask any questions, or if you guys have any concerns from what I've said today? We're going to be there all day. You're welcome to visit our stand. Please do get a catalogue and we'll discuss more. We also have a WhatsApp group that you can join to be made aware of all of our newest technology and things like device specials, cost, concerns, screening dates, anything like that. Right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for the representative from Edit Micro, who gave us, enlightened us on the facilities that are available to actually just ensure that we, as other abled persons, have minimal or no barriers at all. Now, to further enhance the experience for persons living with disabilities and anyone here present in the audience, we're going to then also have a 5 minutes demonstration relating to sign language. Remember, sign language is the 12th language in addition to the originally known 11 languages. So it was then recognized in retrospect as one of the languages. Mr. Jonathan Kepe is going to just do a quick demo on sign language. And perhaps just a note as we just before we allow him to do the demo, normally in terms of norms, a sign language interpreter is allowed to interpret sign for like 20 minutes and then they have a break. But due to limited resources, Mr. Kepe is now having to actually just stand for the whole of this session. Unless, of course, in the audience, if there are other sign language interpreters, please come to me and indicate whether you can provide relief. Because we don't want to be non-compliant and in this very Indaba, which is supposed to actually create an enabling environment. So please, if you are able to provide some kind of relief to Mr. Kepe, please come through so that you can assist. All right. Now, over. Your colleague is gonna. No. All right, Mr. Kepe, can we give you like 3 to 5 minutes to do a demo on sign language, just to give us a bit of enlightenment with regards to sign language interpretation. Thank you. Before we start with the demo, we kindly request our speakers to come forth. There are chairs provided for them. And in this regard, I'm referring to, because Megan Chauke Adonis is actually going to reach us remotely, so she won't be here. But Nomasonto Mazibugo, if you can please come forth and take your place in one of the chairs, and then Dr. Raisija Gloria Letwaba, who is from Inclusive Education. Come forward, please. And then Dr. Nuspiwe Delubomi, who is the Deputy Director, HOD, Universal Accessibility and Disability Services, Student Life. Then Advocate Nchabeni Nechituni, who is the Deputy Director, Advocacy and Policy for Persons with Disabilities in the Office of the Presidency. And that name is well known to us because he's a former colleague. Can advocate Nechituni, if you could please come forward and take your place. Oh, you're already here. Yeah, okay, you're already here, thanks. Who hasn't come forth? There's still, okay. Okay. Dr. Raisita Gloria Litwaba, if she can please come forward and take her place. Or is she here yet? As soon as she comes, please can somebody prompt her to come forth and take her place? All right. Okay. Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for your attendance, and that shows the commitment that we have. So now, Negikupa, we're going to have a class, a grade R class here, sign language. Please, let's all pay attention, even our exhibitors, pay attention to Tatekepe, and we are all going to sign. Ne? The lady from Edit Micro asked who can sign here. I only saw just one hand. So this is a grade R class. This is a school in This is a university. So we all going to sign and to take a pay. We say hello. How do we say hello?
Oh.
Hi, Babang hello, Alina also.
No?
Hi, let's do it.
Oh.
Hello. Yeah, attention. Yes. And how are you?
So I know, can I just,
Sure.
the reason why I did that is to show you like the hand shape first, the structure where you start. So you need to have this hand to say how does your hand must be this way, and then this is the sign for how are you. It's here. You start here, so your hands must be this way. Then you have don't start it this way. No, don't. When you ask, so when you say hello, it's hello. How are you? So it's hello, how are you? So it's here. So it's how are you? How are you? You guys are pretty good because it's not coming in. It's actually it doesn't come in. It's here. You start here.
You start
You
here.
start here.
How are you?
How are you? And your facial expression has to show you asking. It's a question. So your eyebrows are raised. So it's how are you? So it's hello. How are you? And then I'm fine is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Or you can just say, I'm good. If you want to be a bit cheeky and be a bit naughty, you're like, that's fine. I'm not okay. That's but the normal sign is this is fine. So it's a hello. Hello. How are you? And I'm fine. That's it. That's all ask. And then if you want to ask basically, because you also want to know the name. One thing I always suggest is, because the alphabets are they're not simple, but if you know how to spell your name in sign language, then you can be able to ask what's your name. So how you ask what your name is, so it's, okay. It's going to be this, name, name. It's not this. It's not this. So it's an alphabet G in sign language. It's G. This is alphabet G, so it's here on your lips. Name. So name. Yours. This is yours. This is yours. This is mine. This is yours. So name. Yours. What? The. So name.
Remember, in sign language, we don't actually interpret each and everything like what is your name. You know, as he says that your name.
Name, yours, it's swapped around. The verbs
Yeah.
are, yes, it's changed. So name, yours, that's just with a simple thing. Your introductory when you meet a deaf person, you just, again, let's see, how do you say hello? Hello? It's not a salute. Remember, it's not a salute. So if you feel like if it's not a, it's a bit it's a bit slighted a bit, so it's a hello. Or you can just say hello. This is also
Yeah,
good. This is
hello.
hello. And then how are you? How are you? Can you repeat it again? Say how are you? Let me see how are you? With a yellow shirt. Yes. How are you? Yes. I saw something you did. Say how are you? How do you say how are you? It's not. So you have to close it. It's how are you?
How are you?
How are you?
Close.
So when you start here, how are, don't force it out. It's how are you? Very gentle. How are you? And I'm fine. Fine. How do you sound fine? You can get away with this. You can. But this is fine. And then when you say,
Or I'm
what's your
good.
name? Name. Name. Yours. What? Simple.
And a what?
Simple. Simple. So it's simple. So that's how you basically do it. How do you clap your hands? I think, yes, that's how you, thank you. That's how you clap your hands. That's exactly how you clap your hands. They're showing you. Yes.
So the
Thank you.
goodbye now, just bye. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you is, yes, no, that's please. This is please. This is thank you. Thank you. It's thank you. Not here, because you might, yeah, it's here. It's from your chin. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Either way, yes, this is very appreciative of the thank you. This is just a thank you.
So you got it. Huh? Caliper certificate, most. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleague. It's great art class. Okay, Baba Shesi, over to you.
Sorry, your name again? You. Yula? Okay, so we're going to be silent. Okay. Okay, colleagues, we have somebody to relieve Mr. Kepe. She will be signing, and her name is Yula. I just need to get a sense as to whether Ms. Mugen Chauke is set up, because she will be joining us remotely from Cape Town. That is now the next speaker. Is she linked up yet? Okay. All right. So Ms. Megan Chauke is going to be joining us remotely from Cape Town for the next, shall we say, 30 minutes. And she will be also enlightening us on the theme, against all odds, disability is not inability in the South African higher education sector. Over to Ms. Mugen Chauke Adonis, who is also a visually impaired member of the National Assembly of South Africa. Okay, over to you, Ms. Chauke, for the next 30 minutes or less? Thank you, Miss Megan Chauke Adonis, for this very much uh, soul searching presentation. Soul searching because it's asking us to look within ourselves as South Africa at institutional and personal level. Uh, and also pleasing is the fact that Mayor Chauke Adonis is an alumna of this university. We have noted the lack of transformation that Mayor Chauke Adonis has alluded to, and also the fact that exclusivity or of persons with disabilities tends to be intersectional in the sense that perhaps on the basis of gender and also on the basis of ethnicity and other grounds that are mentioned, for instance, in the Employment Equity Act. And the fact that in higher education, uh, she urges us to have advocacy groups. And for context, here in UNISA, we do have advocacy groups. For instance, we have the UNISA Employee Disability Forum, which focuses on the needs of employees with disabilities, and also the AXWID, which is the Advocacy Resource Center for students with disabilities. Of course, we're not going to be complacent and think that those structures have managed, to do enough. So it's part of um, um, continuous improvement. We need to just do more, and we need to be vigilant where there are sort of barriers, and be able to sensitize management and other stakeholders. And also, Major Adonis mentions the fact that this must not a tick box exercise, and the fact that this is not a charity endeavor, but it's a human rights issue. So sometimes institutions and employees and other institutions, employers and other institutions tend to say, okay, we've got only maybe 3% of people with disabilities. Why should we change everything out of 3%? It's a human rights issue. It's not a numbers issue. Even if there's only one person living with a disability, which is, of course, which might be well below the national benchmark of 3%. You still need to actually ensure that you comply. May I make a special request that May Megan Chauke Adonis stays on the line as we move on to the next speaker is Nomasonto Mazibuko, and thereafter we'll have Q&A, a question and answer session, which will be directed to all to the speakers thus far. And then thereafter we'll have the next pause of speakers, followed by a Q&A session, whereafter then we'll round off with the way forward and a vote of thanks. Ms. Nomasonto Mazibuko is the Executive Director, Albinism Society of South Africa. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Mazibuko. For the next, let's see. Okay, for the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Dumelang, Lochani, Nsheboban. Good morning, Goeiemorgen, Kumachita, Heita, Gubo Mama Lilizelani, hey, Sangen. This is a celebratory day. Whilst we are going to say we're looking at disability, but I want to people, you know each other as you're sitting next to your friends, your colleagues, but just say, it is good that I'm here, and we thank God for this day. Hallelujah. Yes, just introduce yourself to the next. Is not inability. I haven't seen people moving, even stretching hands to say hello. Okay, stop, because that's my 30 minutes. Thank you. Program Director Babu Shezi, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, students, partners in transformation. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to address you today in a matter that sits in the center of our constitutional values and academia mandate, the urgent sustainable inclusion persons with disability within the South African higher education sector. As a sector, we have made commendable advancements in addressing inequalities relating to race, gender, and class. Yet we confront ourselves with reality that inclusion of persons with disabilities remains very incomplete and too often regarded to be marginalized, especially in transforming the transformation discourse. Disability inclusion continues to be treated as a by umama unginika ayisebenzi ivulep. Hello. This one. No, I am a deputy program director. I've been interrupted. Thank you, ma'am. That gives me another 5 minutes. Thank you. Disability inclusion continues to be treated as an ad hoc. And I'm happy the president is here. After they do everything, they say, by the way, we have left some other people. Disabled people. But we are saying should not be like that. It should be a core pillar of our transformation agenda. We see it in our data. That is, in higher education institution, according to the 2023 report from the Department of Education and Training, which is DHED, only 13,700 students across the public is people with disabilities, which just goes above 1.3% total students enrolled in 2023. In earlier years, we don't want to talk about that because it was still taboo. People would not even be recognized to be seen to have a disability. This is deeply disappointing, and we are going to compare, because without data, we can speak and speak and speak. But today, we speak of what we've seen. That SA is not giving us accurate data. Why am I saying accurate? In their data, people with albinism are not in the data. If I remind you, you would see that after the 2011 census, there was no question about a person with albinism. The person with albinism is also included as a person with disability. So our data must be looked into and be treated with dignity. Thus, despite the suitable population within the disability national representatives with higher education, it still reminds us to say, let's look into it and demand capability and demand transformation. And the disabilities report by students, it has now gone up to say it has gone into 20%, followed inside of this juncture. The disabled people which are in this 20% are those with learners or students who are deaf and students which are physical, which is 17, and then the rest of the 20% are those disabilities. Mark you, disability in South Africa has been a white cane and a wheelchair. Disability today, it talks to you who is seated right here, who will not declare your disability because of fear, because of discrimination that you'll get, but we're urging you today to say, when you fill forms as a student, when you talk to people, declare your disability, unlike Nomasonto. Even if I come into the room, people will say, it's not a disability. These people with albinism sing so well. They can do so many things. And yet, that is, categorizing disability. Machauke said that we are united in this disability, let alone me talking to your mental disability, which is rising in this country. Naturally sustainable of saying, opted students who come specifically and say, I don't want to talk about my disability. These statistics and the program, the dimension of unemployment, we know that people, they will not declare in their application to say, I've got a disability. And when you are seated in front of the panel says, no, she didn't declare her disability. And later on, you are marginalized. Whatever performance you have done, whatever right that you have given the panel, but because you are seen as an add-on, then you are not going to be considered. However, currently we are saying, let's have the database and the data of persons with disabilities. More broadly in South Africa, the labor market is recently showing us that persons with disability still are around 1.4% at the workplace. Within the representation of senior management, it is appalling because it's 0.000%. Is it a true reflection of us as persons with disability? Not a chance. These numbers underscore a harsh reality for many persons with disabilities. Obtaining a degree does not guarantee equitable access to employment, upward mobility in your promise or higher education. A ladder of opportunity remains partially fulfilled. This persistence of the gaps in student enrollment, disclosed presentations and employment reflects certain exclusion rather than including and oversight to say, yes, it is true that we are, but saying people with disabilities are here, not now, not yesterday, but from time immemorial. It is within the constants of the DLT, in partnership with a broad network of international and external stakeholders, including a comprehensive year-long disability inclusion campaign. This campaign is bringing in November 2025, during this Disability Awareness Month, seeks to close the gap between the policy and the practice and the embedded disability inclusion across all institutions. Sorry. As we gather here today, we're celebrating and we're saying it's the end of the Disability Month. Are we going to sit here and celebrate and not see to it that this happens throughout the year? This happens every day. Have you touched somebody as you're sitting here with a disability and encourage those people to go on and learn? Learning is only making people with disability to be included. In the inclusion, then comes transformation. As we are going to transform and see that the campaign beginning in November 25 of disability rights up to the end of the 3rd of December. Yes, it says disability embedded inclusion across all facets of institutions is alive. As we begin the campaign in significant of the 16 days of activism, we find that women with disabilities and girls are still discriminated and given tough time. I don't want to go there today. The annual global campaign calls on the society to confront and eliminate all forms of gender-based violence. Importantly, it reminds us that persons with disability, especially women and children, often experience disappropriate levels of violence, exclusion, and vulnerability. By aligning our disability campaign with 16 days of activism, we inform and we affirm that commitment of combating all forms of discriminating violence and marginalization. We recognize that transformation requires us to address these interesting oppressions holistically. The Disability Indaba on the 3rd of December, making International Day of Persons with Disabilities, to bring together all students, all SLCs, all forms of this institution to a different right mind thinking that Babishes is saying we are better. We have started. Are we going to continue, Dr. Shezi, to say we have started and we are saying persons with disabilities in this institution are magnificent. We applaud you for that. And still we say, let us not meet today. Let us go to our different departments, talk about it, encourage young people to come in as they are learning in their own forms of comfort in their homes and everywhere. But education is key, even to us as persons with disabilities. We are not going to sit down and feel, as Machalke is saying, it's not a charity issue, but I'm saying it's not a shame situation. We are there and we will be felt. Throughout the year, we should continue to advance the campaign through seminars, webinars, training programs, virtual awareness activities, academia, public publication, fundraising activities, and strategic advisory support to institution and governance of persons with disabilities. Colleagues in higher education, it is not a site of knowledge production. It is a space where society is shaped. It is inclusion persistence within our institution. It is persistence in the communication where we serve. The stigma attached to disability continues to limit opportunities. It erodes dignity, and it makes people to feel as less people. As Africans, in South Africans, would we give each other respect? Would we embrace each other? Similarly, gender-based violence highlighted in the 16 days of activism continues to devastate individuals, families, and communities. Our responsibility responsible is this. It's therefore important in the academia, and not in the academia only, but in the morale and in the fiber of inclusivity. Then, if we are included as persons with disabilities, then our world, our academics, our institutions of higher education will be transformed. Not only be transformed, but it will be carried over. And then we, as we come to April, when we have our disability bill, we will say, Uhuru, we've done it. Our responsibility is therefore both academic and moral. Through this campaign, we intend to shift small mindsets, small attitude, small barriers to reinforce disability inclusion as a transformative imperative by embracing disability with all institutional transformation strategies, ensuring leadership accountability at every government level, making disability visible and fashionable. And when we look at us at the malls, don't feel to say, are they also in the malls everywhere? We have seen this wheelchair going that way. We have seen a white cane going that way. But not knowing that in your sitting room, there is a person with disability who is going through depression. Making disability visible, measurable, and influential in decision-making. Training academia and support staff to cultivate inclusive attitudes and practices, investing significantly in the universally accessible dignity, physical and pedagogy. Pedagogy. As we're sitting here, my learned friends, we are saying we also need our leaders to come forth. We also need you people with disabilities yourself, stand up and rise up and fight for our situation. We should support our students and the staff activism on disability justice, aligned with broader human rights campaign, such as the 16 days of activism. This is not merely a program today. It is a human rights, justice, and human dignity function. Thank you, UNISA, for bringing us together. And that people are joining even online to say this is not a tick box function. It is a function that will bear fruit, where we will see that our academia also rises up. And when we see your graduations in the years to come, we will be seeing all our people and most of our people achieving. Supporting students and staff activism, disability justice, it is aligned to say it is not merely a program. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, transformation is continuous. It is a continuous journey. Disability is a constitutional obligation, and 16 days of activism solely rest on us as individuals. Let us therefore commit in building our university or our institutions, even the TVET colleges, where young people go and think they're just wasting time, or they are whiling away time by waking up and go there and not achieve. Let us look at the system. Let us look at the dates. Let us look at the data that persons with disabilities also matter. In conclusion, let us look inward and say, all of us have people with disabilities in our families. Are we looking at them with pity? Are we taking them as one of us? Are we taking them as those people who will be sitting down and taking decisions on our behalf as a country? I thank you.
Miss Nomasondo Mazibobo makes a very important observation, and thank you very much, because you've also even given us the stats that persons with disabilities are very much underrepresented in industry. And the fact that we shouldn't just look, you know, at people, persons with who are on wheelchairs only. We must also start to look at people who live with albinism as a group of persons with disabilities. And the fact that this marks the end of the Disability Awareness Month, but you have members, you have also urged us to ensure that the momentum is sustained, that it just doesn't fizzle out. It doesn't become just a month-long, awareness campaign, that it is sustained. And the fact that children and women, you have ably linked this, the fact that there are people living with disabilities to the current campaign, which is 16 days of activism against gender-based violence against women, children, and other persons. And that children and women tend to be disproportionately, affected by the marginalization of persons with disabilities. I remember hearing of a case, for instance, in a school where a child who was very good in mathematics wanted moved to from primary school to a secondary school, but because the class that offered mathematics was on the second floor, that poor student was forced to rather opt for history or social studies instead, because they couldn't reach the floor where the mathematics class was offered. Now that was a tragedy, because that would have affected the entire sort of career future of that person. And I'm sure that would not be an absolute, an isolated case. We are here focusing mainly on students and employees with who live with disabilities. But I would like to challenge us, without maybe usurping the role of the speakers. I'd like to challenge us to think of the spaces wherever we go. You go to church, you go to a golf club or any other place, to be aware as to whether there aren't any barriers for persons with disabilities. Maybe you work for the IEC and they start to actually accelerate or enable people with disabilities to jump queue. And then maybe you see that in the blazing sun, there are maybe people who live with albinism, but because they are not in a wheelchair, they just ignored. I just want us, I think we should come away from this with broader awareness rather than just the education sector and higher education sector as our frame reference. Of course, it is our focus, but there's nothing to stop us, thinking beyond that sphere. Now's the time. Now's the time for a Q&A session. And by the way, I'm really, really much appreciative of the manner in which the speakers have adhered to the time limit. It's remarkable. We're sort of like 2 minutes ahead of time. So can you just give ourselves a round of applause? Now, colleagues, students, and other distinguished guests, it is time now that we're going to pause for a question and answer session, which should take us to 11. And our questions will normally be directed to the speakers who have presented thus far, after which we'll take a tea break and then have 3 more speakers and have another question and answer session directed to the panel or discussants, which will then take us to the round of where we map the way forward and have a vote of thanks. So we need someone to assist with the roving mic. And let's maybe also just have, I hope that the speakers have brought pen and paper, or I see Advocate Interveni has got his assistive device. So if you can note any questions that you think are directed to you. Preferably, also, the person who poses a question should introduce themselves and also indicate who the question is directed to. And please, colleagues, you don't tell a story before you ask a question. So a question should take a maximum of 30 seconds. Let's make it brief. Okay, someone is saying hour. Okay, max 1 minute. 30, if you need 30 seconds for background and 1 minute to ask the question. And please, let's not hear essays. Okay, we'll take them like 3 at a time, so as not to lose track. By a show of hands.
Salmonani, Ninjan, I just came in, but I can see that no one, maybe people are still going to raise their hands. I don't want to be against what has been said before, but what I want to stress, especially from those who presented, because I understand that you spoke about albinism and also you talk about the people who are blind. But there is a question that I have for you, especially those who are in policy spaces, policy making spaces. Why are citizens of South Africa failing people with disabilities? That is number one. And you may have not talked about that, but what awareness about these two disabilities. But a disability is a disability. We have many people with disabilities who are being insulted, dehumanized, being insulted within higher institutions like this one. And their cases are not taken serious. And it even goes up to the people who are in top positions. But those things are not attended to. Does that mean indeed people with disabilities are human in our society? I'm one of them. I'm coming to this institution every day bleeding. My performance changed. So what I want to ask, who is these systems developed for? Because you may have an albinism, you may be a person with albinism. You will be called, and the society will discriminate you and call you names. What do we do? And why cases of people with disabilities are not taken serious, and when they are raised, they are called, they are attention seekers? Thank you.
Okay, I'll also take advantage because I have the mic. My question is for you, okay, Mama Mazbub. You spoke about persons with disabilities having to declare their disability, you encouraging them to do that. My question is, how can we maybe make the declaration process a bit easier or a bit smoother than what it is right now? Because in the university, we have determined that some people do not declare their disability, basically because the process requires a lot from them that maybe they can't meet those requirements, or they maybe don't have time for them, or maybe they feel dehumanized by the process. So how do we then make the process a bit more friendlier than what it already is without compromising the information that we need?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. They said we should introduce ourselves. I am a student and staff member here at UNISA. My question goes to both the speakers, Ms. Chauke and Ms. Mazibuko. You both touched a very important aspect, the aspect of inclusivity. Is it not about time that for policymakers redefine inclusivity when it comes to people with disability? I will tell you, the warrant tells us that they are compliant because they will say, these are the job requirements. And right at the end, they say people with disability are also allowed to apply. And believe me when I say I've been through the ranks and I have been adhering to adverts, but it is simply that in order for the tick box to be right in that institution or in another working place, because it's not only in institutions, we do try to get jobs outside the university, and it is just a matter of tick box. They are not including us as they say they should. Can we please describe what inclusivity means for us who are living with disability?
Can I take you on the second round because we already have 3, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important discussion. Myself, I've also been a victim. But remember, when I speak about disability, I say people take us as an afterthought. So it is for us to take the punches because we are introducing ourselves. We are there, and yet we are not seen. So don't tire. Go to the internet for time saving And Google Nomasonto Mazibug, I have been discriminated upon. Not once, not twice, but I did not sit down and cry and say, what should I do? You push, as we are pushing the disability bill, until we are going to push the door and push it until it's opened. As I want to tell you now, we were in a disability G20, but our input is not in the final one. The president is here. He will vouch to say true or false. But it is for us to make it a significant thing. My two ladies, don't tire. Explain why. Because if we don't have a bill, we can go and sit even in the Constitutional Court. Nobody will hear us. And it is for us to be active, to be in the panel of judges. We're not represented. Let's read, let's persevere. We will make it. That is why I'm not going to stand here and be a pity case. I have also been discriminated upon. But I'm telling you, I'm pushing hard because as I'm speaking here, a child with albinism is born. And we are rejected from home. Let's educate. That is why I'm saying to everybody who's here, educate, love those children with disabilities. Because if you don't love them, nobody's going to love them. The mother who's breastfeeding a child with albinism or a child with disability is shedding tears. Ukhalelani nawe. And when we are born, we are a gift from God. And yet there are children, when they are born, it's their children, and the IQ is theirs. Whose IQ are we having, Tina, as persons with disabilities? It is our own parents who do not love us. How many children with disabilities are still hidden? So my two sisters, I'm saying to you, yes, we are discriminated upon, and not that there are no laws or policies. It's because it's a human nature to say, they are very, very, very childish. Bayatetema abantu abakhubazekile. Bafuna transport, bafuna ukudla. Thami ukuthi nisipho ukudla iphelile, sizolwa. Ilwani girl. Yenza umsebenzi wakho, excel, read. We read our books, the print, and we are positively very privileged because we've got IT, we've got assistive devices. My learned friend here from the presidency has just acquired, but we went to school without gadgets and we persevered. We are on the status of apartheid. 2 million about apartheid, we also will be there. Go on, read, give yourself time, dedicate yourself, and know that you are not alone. Don't hide your disability. You are going to be discriminated. Mine, I cannot hide. I get into the room. They say, hile mama tetisanai, hile mama mshop, hile yang cow. But mang pumalapo, I'm pumi cow. And I can safely tell you that I've got my granddaughter there. No quiz. I've always told my children, I've got 4 children, to say, I'm not white to be a white person, and I'm not black to be a black person. When I was saying I'm black and I'm proud, Amandla, my fist was not black. Here am I, 71 years later, I'm standing say here, you are going to make it. Yeah, Sisi, talk to me.
Can we allow Megan to respond?
Let's perhaps just colleagues, even though Ms. Megan is accessing us remotely, she's actually part of the panel. Ms. Megan Chauke, can we have her view on the questions that have been posed thus far? And I note that one of the questions uh, that's been raised relates to policymakers. And I think Ms. Chawatuna is better closed to answer this question. In her presentation, she did refer to the white paper, which is part of the policy making process. So there's Mr. Adonis, if you can respond, just a few minutes.
reading. And when we think about the life of women, we think about the life of youth. And when we look at our complication, we think about lack of resources, lack of quality. It's not about quality of the soul. It's about I think that these people who speak about the discrimination is a social activist that I am familiar with who has brought issues and matters to my attention, who have gone and lobbied and advocated and challenged the system. I just think we continue to challenge the system. Because remember, the barriers and the exclusion and discrimination that you are facing, you have to identify how to break down those external barriers, those barriers that continue to persist, that discrimination, discrimination can be perpetuated, and legacies that we in life leave behind, and then we continue to do this. And we continue to be diverse. We continue to be ready. We continue to be thinking and feeling and esteemed. And so I believe that the speaker I believe that I believe that we said we have now. Extreme activists that will probably hands when we do not find joy. We can and those and pray with that. And pray with us yet your love. Because you will not reminder that you are not born for yourself. But in this day, we can share at the same lens, let us know that there are leaders who come behind you by yourself to have suffered. That's why we speak about evangelism and comfort. It's the thinking that has been able to build and it's the way that we design to make the effort. I want to emphasize this opportunity right even if this solution is a lot of people. There are people saying to the particular attributes. There are people who complaints I describe the family as and he was tempted to send his trials. That's why we are about the people. One was to find that narrative. One was to find the way disability and redefine it. The security should not be seen as an the people exercise was not to be hidden. But as a party, that was something that we embrace and one of the lives that then and then defined. And the first as a very player on this platform, everything in 17 children and the legal government. I need to understand that the constitution of it is very critical. That the people who the people the civil legal position and the legal possible for the secretary to understand the institution of the House of Disabilities. And the people who are and those people with the interest of the opportunity and the to their interests. Then we will also exercise and experience different disabilities. The rest of the sample about us fellows. The institutions raised the need that people of the centers like set that are finally educated, active, and capable educators, facilitators, professors, engineers, and thinkers that's up the picture. So the one thing that's going on with the ability, but that's the other one, what is the other cover? That is the other one, the other cover. And I put these in figures. And that's two. And it's been in the family. It's a one initiative. Now I have my own proposal that I do. And I'm going to put it get the participation to really understand and sometimes we can be understood that we can understand too. Bring us back to the principle of unity. We must understand that. And we must also in this place to those resolutions. It is one of these promises to say that people who are using the law or who to deliver the resolution to the rules and take a family to measure our targets to say
Morning, people. My name is Mashudu. I have a tendency of gate crashing. I was not invited by anybody. I gate crashed. And I'm not here on behalf of my institution. I come from another institution, SMU to be precise. The reason being that I've got passion for disability inclusion. I think, Dr. I get crushed one day when you came to SMU from Edson. Am I right? So, but a lot of what I wanted to ask has already been answered by Megan, Miss Chauke. Yeah. So what I just want to understand is, how do we take this disability inclusion to faculties of health sciences? I understand that we deal with disability issues as healthcare workers, but unfortunately, this is the challenge that I want to put for those who are in my field. How do we move this forward where we will find persons with disabilities also included in health sciences courses? How do we do that? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you so much. I'll be short. Stefan van Wyk. I'm from the Department of Anthropology. Just a very small comment. And thank you so much to the colleague who's joining us. And gate crashing. I'm not sure we've said it here, and maybe some of the colleagues later are going to say it. But within disability studies, there has been a shift, say from the 1980s and 1990s to now, where the medical model had been prevalent in how disability had been understood. And there has been a very strong shift to what we call the social model of disability, where we understand disability related to societal barriers rather than a pathologizing sort of thing. So this is a comment. I'm sure that our speakers may say more. It's just to keep the conversation going, and just for us all to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I never talk very much in these gatherings, so but today I'm compelled because I've had questions asking myself about the continuation of I think I would just describe it as inadvertent discrimination from people who are not considered to be living with disabilities. I mean, when you look at the limitation in terms of job opportunities for, let's say, the deaf, or the people who like use sign language. You look at the limitation in terms of job opportunities. I would describe that because it has always bothered me that they have these limitations because of we don't know how to. We haven't practiced sign language. We don't know how to speak sign language. So, I mean, a person can't be necessarily hired as a bank teller because I don't know how to communicate with them. It's not because of any other thing. It's because we haven't taken that, that initiative to learn so that they, it's because of us, So I just wanted to know as to how have, let's say, organizations, I suppose, who are leading this developmental agenda in terms of people with disabilities looked at this issue. That maybe I think as a country we can make, we are doing it with English already, we can make sign language, universal, like compulsory for everyone, especially at schools, so that we come out already knowing how to speak in sign, and opportunities now have opened up for everyone. We can communicate with everybody anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, that was the end of the second round of questions. Unfortunately, with the limited time that we have, I see that there was a question. There was a question from a comment from a colleague from SMU. The question related to how do we deal with disability in an environment where there are health workers? Can anyone just answer that question, please? Okay.
Thank you, Program Director. I want to attempt responding to the question from a colleague from SMU. For me, I think this needs to start at the Department of Basic Education, where learners are supported efficiently for them to obtain the marks that are needed within the faculties of health sciences. Because most of the time, they don't get access because they don't qualify. Faculty of Health Sciences, we know that they need maths, pure maths with high levels, life sciences, and you name all those subjects. And I always argue that it is not that learners with disabilities do not have potential. They have potential, but they do not get the necessary support that can make them to gain access in that faculty. So DBE needs to pull up the socks, and there is always a need of the collaboration between the universities and the schools. What I have learned is that the schools do not know what universities are doing. They do not know the requirements that universities need for learners to be able to access different disciplines in the universities. So that means there is a partnership that is needed, an intentional collaboration, because one way or another, we deprive learners. And most of the time, learners with disabilities are always directed to faculties of business and economic sciences because they think that those are the easiest disciplines that are there. Yet these learners want to do disciplines within the Faculty of Health Sciences. So that is in my input. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And then and I think it was more of a comment. One of the comments was that there is a shift in the manner in which the model on disability has been implemented. Would anyone, any of the members in the panel, sort of just expatiate on what the shift is? And I don't have a benchmark that maybe then that's what it was. Now this is what it is. Would anyone perhaps be able to just explain what that shift entails?
Babushezi, thank you. Disability was like we are sick. So that's why it became a medical model. But now it is a human rights model. We've got rights and it is justice that we give in and be treated like any other person. Thank you.
All right.
Let me go to the sign language. Sign language is it's a language. Mashudu, I'm going to use you as a model. Amavenda namashangan bedala bekhona bengasikhuluma isivenda nesishangana. Sikhona 11 official languages. And then now we've got the sign language, which is very expensive, even in the higher education when you're going to learn to sign. It's and it needs time. Why I'm using vendor? They are using their hands. We, vendor, we use our tongue. Sweet, 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 sweet. You can't, if you don't speak vendor and participate, you won't. But as for employment, there are certain companies who have embraced disability and they are taking them. And all of us as disabled persons, I'm saying to us, I'm not favoring sundowns. The sky is the limit. Let's go to school to find yourself where you want to be. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no. Members, thank you for that kind of explanation. But perhaps also, perhaps to add on that, we kindly ask for a minute. We kindly ask Megan Chauke if she can add from a parliamentary perspective, she being a member of parliament, as to, you know, what has the change in the model for persons with disabilities entailed, and what is Parliament doing going further? I know it's quite a short time, a minute is not enough, but perhaps if you can just give us just a snippet of what that is all about, the change. Okay. Okay, yeah, that was a long minute, but it was worth it. Me, Chauke, just first a question, because we were about to break for tea. Are you going to stay for the session after tea or not? Are you able to stay for the session after tea? If only just as part of the panel. Yes? Oh, that's very kind of you. Colleagues, there are there are exhibitors on my left, and I'm also not forgetting the technical team who are doing a splendid job of ensuring that guests who can only access us remotely are able to do so with absolute clarity. We really appreciate that. The time now, well, let's just for convenience say the time now is 11:30. Shall we be back here at 11:45? In the meantime, as you find your way to the tea serving station, you can also have a look at the exhibitors on my left. We have to do those in tandem so that by 11:45, we're right back here. We are running behind schedule. As Mema Zibugo said, we must claim our space, we must make our voice heard. So this is one of the takeaways. And also we note that Mayor Tauke also indicated the legislative aspect. Okay, colleagues, you've been such a good audience. So the organizers of this conference have rewarded you with tea at the back. Let's be back. Let's be back here at 11:45. you're going to? Okay. By Jonathan Kebe, and then thereafter we'll have another demonstration for 2 minutes for a very unique and innovation wheelchair. So, Mr. Kepe, okay. No. This time it's Yula who's going to do the demo for 5 minutes. And if you settle down, the 5 minutes starts now.
Colleagues, let's check with you've been good students. Do you still remember to sign how to say hello? Really? Hello? Nishaya masaluti la. Do we say hello? Hello? Or, yeah, let's do it. Hello? Or, and then the thank you. How do you say thank you? Really? Asbonin? Really? The thank you, how to say hello? Thank you.
So, thank you. If you're very thankful, or thank you.
Thankful or thank you. And how are you? Asbonin? Dokter. How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, yo, I said, Shailu Zanda, Dr. Machilo. You've been such a good student, ne? And then the goodbye. And the applause. Yay. Hi, Leon, master related. And then the other one now, we're going to introduce I love you. I love you.
Okay. So you could say, I love you, but in deaf culture, you actually hold out your hand like this and go, I love you, because it's like the I, the L, and then the Y for you. I love you.
Remember, I said when you sign, you don't, I love you, don't sign it. If Shama shortcut. Thank you, colleagues. Susan Genesis Squadron is a great Arilo. You're going to write an exam. Thank you so much. I would love the guy, program director through you, to come and demonstrate that chair. Where's he? That standing wheelchair. Through you, program director. Yes, a lady. Colleagues, please watch the screen. He's going to demonstrate that standing wheelchair. Are you okay? Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Perhaps this is very, very innovative and empowering. But perhaps one question that one can ask, if they are able to answer, whether does it work if somebody has got a prosthetic? Would it work? Where is the mic? Because we want them to just the roving mic. What happened? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, please. Yeah, if you could just explain whether it would work if someone has got a prosthetic
Prosthetic leg.
leg.
Okay.
Yes.
With a prosthetic leg, I don't think it would affect the movement too much. Most users of a single prosthesis would be able to stand on their own. It's more for therapeutic standing for someone, a paraplegic, with enough hand function and strength to actuate the mechanism.
Okay, and then can somebody operate it for the person if they can't operate it themselves, like they don't have a fully functional hand function?
It will in that there is a electronic option as well. So there's a power chair that has the full standing function and then can move while you're in standing, whereas the manual chair in standing, you're pretty fixed. But if you don't have the hand or arm strength to put it up, someone could assist with that movement. I can do another demo and show you with the OT's help.
And as a matter of interest, sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions.
No worries.
But as a matter of interest, has it already released for use, or is this a prototype?
No, it's a product we have. This is our second batch that we've imported in. There are, I think, 5 or 6 users currently in them. That we've got a farmer that uses his. He's struggling with pressure wounds, so to relieve pressure, but that he's still functional and moving about during the day, he's using one of them. And then I think there's a pastor as well that then preaches in standing.
And a ballpark figure in terms of cost?
They're quite expensive.
Plus, minus?
They are 125,000, the manual, and I think the power chair, if I'm not mistaken, is 135.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Somebody left. They have been here. Right. Colleagues, we're back from the tea break. Then again, for the next, okay, the time now is 12 noon. So we're like 20 minutes behind schedule. And the next speaker is Dr. Raisija Gloria Ledwaba, who is a senior lecturer in the College of Education within the School of Educational Studies in the Department of Inclusive Education. And as UEDF, we've had some kind of, we've had a partnership with the Department of Inclusive Education. So she comes from that sort of experience or angle. With that in context, if we can have Dr. Ledwaba regale us from the perspective of inclusive education, and perhaps if she may touch on the Center of Excellence. I don't want to preempt her speech. Over to you, Dr. Ledwaba, for the next 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Am I not using this one? Yes. Colleagues, good morning. Kgotsong. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Gloria, and my colleague has already indicated where I'm coming from. So I'm just going to talk to you about the project that we have completed from the Department of Inclusive Education. But before I can continue, I'd just like to brag a little bit. Sometimes, when good things are happening in terms of inclusivity, in terms of educational accessibility for students with disabilities, I think we need to acknowledge that. Do you agree with me, colleagues? Yes. So what I want to say is that in the Department of Inclusive Education, we are engaged in activities that are not just a tip off. The first one, which is the crucial one, is that we have developed a sign language module. So this module will be done by all B.Ed students. Remember, once you complete your B.Ed program, so this will be teachers, they will be teaching in mainstream schools, they will be teaching in full service schools, they will be teaching in any special school. So we want to make sure that when they exit or when they finish the program, they can be able to sign. They understand or they are on board in terms of the use of South African Sign Language. Isn't it interesting? I like that. And we are also planning to develop a module, because this is aligned with one colleague. I didn't see who is that. She spoke about temporary ability, that currently we are temporarily able. So anything can happen anytime that can result in any impairment, even for the learners that will be teaching in schools. So what we are planning again, we are planning a module on augmentative and alternative communication. So when we talk about augmentative and alternative communication, we are talking about this educational practice whereby the teacher or anyone will compensate lack of speech in learners or in individuals with complex communication needs, individuals with severe speech difficulties, because we are aware that, anything can happen. You can lose, or a person can lose speech at any time. So we want to be sure that when our teachers leave the program, they must be able to provide support to learners with complex communication needs. They are able to provide support to learners with deafness. So that is the aim. So the one for sign language is kicking in next year while we plan the one for AAC. Another thing that I want to brag about this morning is that last week on the 26th November, I graduated a PhD student in inclusive education. So that candidate is completely deaf. You clap your hands before I could finish. Yes, I like that. I like that. She is completely deaf. And you can imagine the efforts that we, the supervisors and the students, took to ensure that she completes her PhD successfully. And not the supervisors, the examiners are so impressed with her CV. They are so impressed. So she graduated last week. Jonathan and the colleague were there serving as interpreters. So we are practicing what we preach from the Department of Inclusive Education. Now, let me continue with the reason for my presentation on support or capacity building to support staff, to support students with disabilities in higher institutions. So this is the project that the Department of Inclusive Education was engaged in for the past from 2022 to 2023. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. I'll also present the challenges that we encountered, the lessons learned, and the way forward. Okay. So, colleagues, we will all agree that in higher institutions or the student bodies, student population we have in higher institutions are quite diverse. And one of the factors that describe this diversity is the issue of disability, meaning that we have students with typical development and those with disabilities. And within this group of students with disabilities, we also experience diversity. So students with disabilities we have in higher institutions are diverse as well. They are not the same. And each one has got his or her own individual needs. And this has led to what we call education transformation in higher institutions. And to ensure that this transformation is celebrated, the Department of Higher Education funded this project under the concept of University Capacity Development Program. So it funded this project so that staff at UNISA can be capacitated on how to support students with disabilities. We must also remember that most of us or most of staff members, either support staff or academic staff, they joined the institution without any background on how to support students with disabilities. And most of them met students with disabilities face to face for the first time. And poor staff members, they don't know how to support such students. And that is the reason this project was initiated. So that is what I've indicated, that the project ran from 2022 to 2023 under University Capacity Development Plan, and it was funded by the Department of Higher Institution, and the aim was to capacitate staff, academic and non-academic support staff on how to support students with disabilities in an ordeal. Remember, UNISA has got a different approach. It's not like Contact University, so the ordeal characteristic had to be taken into consideration when we plan this project. So the first thing that we did, colleagues, is that we developed a team. The team that will run this project, the team that will capacitate colleagues on different kinds of disabilities. So we developed a team of individuals and academics with different expertise in different disabilities. And when we developed a team and planned for this project, we took into consideration the open distance university approach, because students that we have, they study online, we don't meet them face to face, only some individual cases where you can meet a student face to face, but most of them, we don't meet them face to face, we engage with them using online platforms. And from that moment, what we did later is that we did an analysis of the students we have at UNISA. in particular students with disabilities. Colleagues, based on the statistics, we have around 8,000 students with disabilities at this or in these institutions. And looking at those disabilities, they are quite diverse. We have students with visual disabilities who are also diverse. They are not the same. They have their own individual needs. We had students with auditory impairments, students with chronic illnesses such as epilepsy, serious chronic diseases, kidney deficiencies, all those chronic illnesses. We also had students with neurological conditions, students with speech problems, diabetes, as I've mentioned, physical disabilities, so on and so on. So what we did, which might also be a limitation, is that we clustered these disabilities into 4 groups. We clustered those with learning disabilities, visual disabilities, auditory disabilities, and physical disabilities. But taking into consideration that even within the disabilities we have clustered, these students are still diverse. And then we looked down into, because the aim of the project is to capacitate staff from all UNISA regions. And looking into what we have around 28 regions. And we had to plan on how to access colleagues in those regions. And we started with support staff and realized that we have around 15,000 support staff. And support staff members ranges from administration, a building where colleagues are working with the registration and those issues, information specialists, those are working in the libraries so that students can be able to access information for their academic activities, others in assessment units, counselors, cleaners. We also had security guards. So that made the support staff. And that is what we focused on mostly. And before we continue, because we had to listen to them, we had to consider their needs before we develop a program. So we had focus group. We visited some regions where we conducted focus groups with support staff. And each focus group consisted of between 8 and 15 participants to understand their needs in terms of support to students with disabilities at UNISA. We wanted to understand what is it that they need. How should we plan the program? So that is the reason we had a focus group that lasted, each focus group lasted between 2 and 4 hours. Now, this is what I'm not going to discuss, but I just want to mention. So the findings, the key findings that helped us to develop the program is that there was limited awareness in terms of disabilities. Colleagues didn't have no or limited understanding of issues of disabilities. That is the first issue. And another thing that they've highlighted is infrastructure that is not accessible. I remember one of the colleagues from one region, I don't want to mention the name, he said, we have a lift and this lift has not been working for 2 years. And some of the offices are at the first floor where all students must access it. But because of this lift, which is not functional, we don't have ramps. And as a result, most of students with disability, in particular, those that use the walking devices, cannot access those offices. And one of the candidates again said, our building, you can see our campus is closed because our buildings are not compliant to occupational health and safety. So we have to move students to another campus, which is far. So those were some of the issues that candidates mentioned. Another issue that came up was lack of resources. So we have all the equipment, but they don't cover all the disabilities our students need. So one candidate or one colleague said, I had a student who cannot talk and I don't know how to communicate with him, but this student is clear that he can hear me, but he cannot talk. And I don't have any device to assist this student. And the last issue that came out was the issue of policies. Universities have good policies. Our university has good policies, but we don't know how to access those policies. So those were the issues, some of the issues that came up during the focus group discussion. And these issues assisted us to plan the workshop. Then from what you have indicated, this is what we are going to do. We developed a module on understanding disability. So this module was to bring in different types of disabilities and the impact of those disabilities without support or impact towards learning. So we started with this first module. The second module was on the disability frameworks and policies, because those are the issues that everyone must understand. The next module was the module on support to students with physical disability, followed by support to students with auditory disability and support to students with invisible disability. And here we focused mostly on dyslexia, because what came out from the focus group is that most students, they have dyslexia, and we need to be able to support those students. So this is the one that we really focus on. And the final module was support to students with visual disabilities. Now, coming to the facilitators of the workshops is that we took into consideration various kinds of disabilities, although we didn't need or we didn't get all the disabilities. But the key ones, we managed to get the expertise in those fields. So such as visual disabilities, invisible, I spoke about it, auditory, as well as physical disability. Now, every project, colleagues, comes with challenges. And the reason we need to celebrate or give thanks to or appreciate these challenges is because it assists the improvement of the project. It assists us to look into those challenges and come up with a plan on how to make it more beneficial to the participants. So it assisted us to come up with improvement plan. So now the workshops were not attended by the number of support staff we anticipated. Remember, I said in the beginning that we have almost 15,000 support staff, but not all of them managed to attend the workshops. So we made it a point that this workshop is conducted online as well as face-to-face. But still, we didn't achieve the number of support staff to attend as planned. So I've indicated that according to the project plan, more than 15,000 or 14,000 support staff were to be capacitated, but the workshops were attended by less than that anticipated number. Another challenge is that we didn't get all the expertise, although we have expertise in terms of the 4 key disabilities. But as I've indicated earlier, that learner or students with disabilities are quite diverse. So within visual disabilities, there's also diversity. There's diversity within auditory, diversity physically. So it was a challenge to get that all those expertise to cover diversity within disabilities. And again, what we have learned again is that disability, students with disabilities are quite heterogeneous. That's what I've indicated. They are not the same. Each one has got individual needs. And again, we had challenges in terms of getting people from health to come and facilitate workshops on chronic illnesses. We have contacted them, but I don't know what happened. They were just not available to assist. And they would have played a crucial role because looking at the demographics of students with disabilities we have at UNISA, there are a lot of students with chronic illnesses. And then in terms of the lessons learned, we have realized that capacity building for university staff require intersectoral collaboration. We are in the Department of Inclusive Education. It's a fact, but we wanted to get other people from different sectors. So that is the lesson learned. And again, the recommendation that we will use when we take the project further. In order to ensure that all UNISA staff provide the required support to students with disabilities, the university should further adopt continuous development, which is what we are doing. So we are developing programs where staff, academic and support staff will be continuously be capacitated, be continuously developed. So we have started, but it needs a continuous process. We have also found that the new staff, the people that, academics and support staff that are just joining university, they need to undergo induction program where they will be taken through all the modules that we have developed. So as I said, colleagues, this was the first project, and after the project has finished, the Department of Higher Education said, we are no longer going to fund it, then continue. You have acquired skills, you have acquired all the resources that you will need, so continue to develop or to capacitate colleagues in higher institutions. I think that's all that I wanted to present today, colleagues, because I just wanted to talk a little bit about the project that we have completed, and we are still planning to proceed with it. Thank you very much.
Can I sit? Yes, there will be questions later, so yeah. Join the panel. I don't know if there are enough chairs. Thank you very much, Dr. Indaba. You have demonstrated to us that there are Herculean efforts being made to actually support students to fully concretize the principle of inclusivity in education. We are mindful of the fact that this project is being driven within the Odell model, which is the model on which UNISA operates. So it's very interesting that there's such a huge project. And I think what must be heartwarming is that this year we had a student reaching the highest level in terms of academic training, attaining a doctoral degree. I think we need to just give a round of applause to that student and this College of Education. Thank you so much. Um, your efforts have demonstrated that anything is possible, that we should not limit ourselves. We should not let other people, we people with disabilities should not let other people set limits before us and constrain ourselves. Now, the next presentation, and I would like the speakers to please stay on for the question and answer sessions as part of the panel. The next presentation is by Dr. Nospio Delubom, who is the Deputy Director / Head of Department Universal Accessibility and Disability Services, Student Life and Development. Her portfolio being the Chairperson of Higher Education Disability Services Association, HEDSA. I'm hoping that there is a framework, a policy framework coming from HEDSA, but I don't want to actually just second guess HEDSA. Over to you, Dr. Delubom.
Program Director, thank you so much. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Maybe let me reintroduce myself. I am coming from Nelson Mandela University. It's not written in the program. I'm the head of the Universal Accessibility and Disability Services there. Then I am also the chairperson of the Higher Education Disability Services Association, which is a national organization that facilitates the access and support of students with disabilities in all 26 universities and 50 TVET colleges countrywide. I am not taking it for granted that I am invited to be part of this disability Indaba. And I want to commend the University of South Africa for coordinating this event. Though we do not encourage that we speak about disability issues only during the event, which I think I am adding on what Ms. Chauke has indicated earlier, that we need to speak about disability inclusion 365 days a year. I also want to commend the Inclusive Education Department for the work that they are doing. It's impressive that you have developed the sign language module and you are also developing augmentative alternative communication. I want to commend you about that. And of course, the student who have recently graduated, who is totally deaf. That is a good work. Well done, UNISA. So my contribution to this event, I am going to add on what other panelists has said, or have said rather, and then I will talk about the objectives of HEDSA, Higher Education Disability Services Association, and maybe a way forward. As we all know, it was said by the previous panelists that disability has been framed by stereotypes, exclusion and stigma. And that has influenced the societal attitudes towards persons with disabilities in many ways that again contribute to the reluctant in disclosing their disabilities. There was a question that was asked earlier by Ubongi, that what is it that can be done to encourage persons with disabilities to disclose? There are many contributory factors that make people who have disabilities not to disclose in the institutions of higher learning. One of them is an issue of discrimination and a stigma. And there is no other way that can be done unless the society can be detached from the oppression of the mind. Because the issue here is the oppression of the mind. The mind is oppressed to an extent that disability is perceived through a deficit lens, where individuals are judged primarily on their impairments rather than the environmental factors. Because the truth is that disability on its own doesn't have a problem. The problem are the barriers that are placed, the environment that is not conducive, that is not accessible. And then now, we judge persons with disabilities based on their impairments without removing the barriers. And we always speak about these things without any significant change to remove these barriers. Now, the perspective of judging persons with disabilities on the lens of their impairments locates limitations. And I want to repeat this. It locates their limitations or a limitation within a person. To an extent, we are struggling to make the target for persons with disabilities who are employed in the institutions of higher learning. We are struggling to create an access for students to be enrolled in our universities because we are looking at their limitations. At this day and age, we still have the statements that say, are these students making it at the universities? Are they passing? Are they doing the record time in universities? That means the statements or the questions of that nature are influenced by the lens that persons with disabilities are viewed. And again, disability emerges at the intersection between an individual and systemic barriers. There are systemic barriers that create exclusion. The policies, all speakers spoke about policies. Our policies in the institutions of higher learning are not inclusive. And most of the policies do not say anything about disability inclusion. Recently, I was requested by another university to conduct or review their systems on implementing disability inclusion. And when I read the policies of the university, almost all of them are not aligned with the national disability or national framework on disability in the peace sector. And that means it is not intentional that the institutions are ready to implement disability inclusion. Because what we need to understand is that if we are talking about reasonable accommodations, it is not one size fits all. Because there are classifications of disabilities and there are specific needs for employees who have disabilities as well as students who have disabilities. I can't say that if I have the assistive devices from Edit Micro, all students who disclose their disabilities are going to benefit to that. We have students who have sensory disabilities. We have students who have neurodiverse conditions, who have physical disabilities. And all these students and staff as well, they have different needs. And I always argue that to say that persons with disabilities are costly, it's just a created exclusion. Because it doesn't mean that if we have about 8,000 students at UNISA, then all those students are going to need the devices or are going to need the technology. Some of these students are going to need just scribes or just the apps that are in our laptops. So when we want to create these barriers, we are always hiding with something that we can say to exclude students to be able to access our universities. The stats of Stats South Africa 2023 indicated that persons with disabilities represent 7% of the population. However, only 5% have access to formal education. I argue again, if there is only 5% who have an access to formal education, where is 2%? Because as far as I know, South Africa is struggling to have the skill centers that can give access of these persons with disabilities to be able to learn the skills for them to be the entrepreneurs. So if these learners are not in the TVET colleges and are not in the universities, where are they? That is the question that we need to ask ourselves all the time. Recent research studies, such as Gabriel's 2025, highlight persistent systemic barriers, exclusionary attitudes, insufficient accommodations, and infrastructural inaccessibility that continue to limit participation and completion rates among students with disabilities. Some of the students drop out from the institutions because the infrastructure is not accessible. And there is nothing that is done. There are institutions that have historical buildings, but you will notice that there is no plan to improve these buildings that are historical so that they are accessible. One thing that the society or our institutions lack to understand is that when we create universal access, it means it accommodates all, despite the number of persons with disabilities that we are always informed about, that we only have 500 or 17 students who have disabilities, and we can't change the infrastructure because of the few number of students. We lack to understand, which in my view, it is the oppression of the mind. our mind is oppressed to an extent that we do not see anything that is going to benefit all of us. As I have mentioned, that within higher education sector, disability is often problematized as a costly undertaking. We keep on problematizing it, saying that we do not have resources. And to an extent, as Ms. Chauke has indicated earlier, that there are institutions who do not admit students because they say they do not have facilities or resources that will support these students. I argue that if there are universities who do not admit students based on the lack of facilities or resources, those institutions are committing crime. We need not to problematize disability, but we need to normalize it because it is part of us. We need to embrace disability. It is part of us, it is here, and there is no one who has chosen to have an impairment. And we like to understand that disability can be acquired at a later stage in life. So promoting inclusion is not merely a technical exercise. It is a transformative process that recenters our shared humanity. And there is a problem or a challenge of the lack of accountability in South Africa. Institutions of higher learning are not made to account about the few percentage of students who are admitted and disclose their disabilities in these institutions. Because there are institutions who have 1% of students who have disabilities. An institution may have an enrollment of about 32,000 and above, but only 1% of students who have disclosed their disabilities. That is caused by the lack of accountability in our institutions. Some countries are implementing policies to mandate disability inclusion. For instance, Peru has a law that mandates higher education institutions to reserve 5% of job vacancies to persons with disabilities. So South Africa has a lot to learn about when it comes to disability inclusion. And again, promoting inclusion calls for collective empowerment and intellectual liberation, which enables us to normalize disability as an integral dimension of human diversity. So it is high time that we try to destigmatize disability so that persons with disabilities, students with disabilities are able to disclose their disabilities. Recently, I had a meeting with the former SRC president in my university. He came to my office to engage me regarding the existence of the department at the university. His view was that maybe there is no need for the disability services units in the institutions of higher learning because some students do not want to associate themselves with these departments because of the fear of discrimination and labeling. So the former president indicated to me that I also have a disability, but I chose not to disclose it because of the fear of judgment. And the time whereby my peers noticed that I have a disability, they judged me. But at that time, I was already the SRC president. So I had guts to influence or to convince them that, look at me, I am in a leadership position in the presence of my disability. So he was coming to say to me that maybe we need to let these departments go. I said to him, which is always my argument when I am speaking in platforms of this nature, that as long as the institutions of higher learning are not fully transformed, disability services units must be there in the institutions. If we are still having the academics that are resistant in implementing the reasonable academic accommodations for students who are granted these accommodations, that means there is a need of that department. Because what happens is that as much as students are not admitted based on their disabilities, but they need to be supported so that they are at the same level with their peers. So if these reasonable academic accommodations are not there, then there could be a trouble to them not to perform. So these departments or the units are going to exist, and they are going to continue facilitating the access for the success of students in all institutions of higher learning. Again, as the institutions, we need to understand the contribution that we provide to the Department of Employment and Labor when we have students who are graduating. The database will increase. If we admit these students, then there will be an increase of students who will be employed, and some of them will be the entrepreneurs. And in our institutions, we need to do it intentionally, that students who have disabilities enjoy the campus life. They are involved in the co-curricular activities that are happening in campuses. So that means higher education institutions must therefore implement enabling systems that guarantee access and success for students with disabilities, while simultaneously creating supportive environments for staff members with disabilities. There are reports that are submitted by employees who have disabilities because they are discriminated, they are labeled by their line managers, which for me, it's a discrimination which needs to be stopped. And this requires dismantling attitudes, resource-related pedagogical barriers, whereby some students are left behind because of the pedagogy that is excluding them. If the academics can be able to apply the universal design for learning in all their disciplines, then that will mean there will be no student who is left behind. Then we need to dismantle the policies that are excluding, that are not inclusive. The technological barriers that impede equitable participation. Now, Coming to the objectives of HETSA as an organization. The organization is a non-profit organization which is working in a vacuum. There is no staff that is employed, which makes it very difficult for the organization to implement its objectives the way it is supposed to implement them. As I have indicated earlier, that its purpose is to facilitate the access and the success of these students. So basically, the organization intends to promote access for success of students with disabilities in the PSET sector by advancing inclusive excellence and enabling pathways to employability and entrepreneurship. Now, this includes creating environments where students can be able to participate fully. One of the issues that we are advocating for is that all the institutions, the SRC must have a portfolio of the disability officer, because there are institutions that do not have that portfolio. And we also advocate for the SRCs to be able to advocate for the universal access in the institutions of higher learning. So as HETSA, we strengthen the sector capacity. We understand that there are lecturers, as Dr. Lidwaba has indicated earlier, who were not trained on how to teach students with disabilities. But again, it is arguable that when you are an educator, it doesn't mean that you are going to select or identify students in the classroom. But as an educator, you have a mandate to apply inclusive teaching practices. And again, we know that previously, most of the universities have inclusive education department. But at some point, that was phased out. We are advocating for the universities, for all universities, to bring back inclusive education department so that the teacher educators come out with the skill. When they go to the schools, they are able to teach all learners, the diverse learners in the schools. Hence, I commend UNISA for developing a module of the sign language. HETSA is also fostering collaboration and partnerships, because without having the collaborations, without knowing what is happening in various departments, then it means the institutions of higher learning are going to lack some of the skills that they are supposed to have in order to apply or implement inclusivity in their institutions. The organization is also intending to drive digital inclusion. We know the significance of digitalization in our institutions. And we are also advocating for the strengthening of e-learning that is inclusive. Because we have learned some lessons during the COVID period, whereby students who have invisible disabilities were able to thrive learning online because they were learning on their pace. There was nothing that was creating secondary disabilities like anxiety and all of that. So the organization is in a process of evolving and to redefine its existence so that it is more visible and its value must create the institutions, in the institutions, so that all the students are able to gain access and succeed. In that, HETSA is trying to get some offices here in Gauteng and to be an approved community of practice under USEF. That is a work in progress. In 2023, HETSA, through USEF, University South Africa, issued the questionnaire to all the universities. And the intention of that questionnaire was to establish the implementation and the non-implementation of the strategic policy framework in the PSET. Some institutions were not doing anything. Some has some strides that they have done. Some institutions do not even have the disability services units, and other institutions do not make the target on employing staff with disabilities. Now, as the organization, which we need the support as well to the Department of Youth, Women, Persons with Disabilities, to visit these institutions to ensure that the narrative has changed. After the data was sent back to the institutions, we are expecting that institutions must change the narrative that was there, and those who have made some strides must do better in implementing disability inclusion. In conclusion, I want to say fostering inclusion demands collaborative partnerships and the active engagement of persons with disabilities as agents of change, because they are important. You can't develop policy without persons with disabilities. You can't develop the guidelines, reasonable accommodations guidelines. We need to understand their educational needs. We need to understand their reasonable accommodation needs. And we must always acknowledge that impairments are not chosen. And we must commit to embedding humanity, kindness, and social justice in our institutional cultures. Universities are supposed to have the statement that commits the humanity, the kindness, the social justice, which is something that is not negotiable. And lastly, liberation from the oppression of exclusion begins with a collective resolve to affirm the inherent worth and capability of every individual. Every individual needs to be liberated because every individual has a capability. So therefore, as the institutions of higher learning, we must be intentional to be liberated for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dedubomu, for enlightening us with matters pertaining to disability from the perspective of the policy domain. In the interest of time, we're running behind schedule. We are then going to request Advocate Interveni Nechiduni to address us on the from the policy perspective as it comes from the presidency, and he's mainly responsible for policy for persons with disabilities in the office of the presidency. Over to you, Advocate Nechiduni.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, I got it right. Colleagues, I am Nchabeni Nachituni, the Deputy Director at the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. A lot has been said about it. But I must first be quick to make this correction, lest I offend the Legal Practice Council. I am not Advocate Nachituni, I'm Mr. Nachituni. There's every reason for many people to believe that I'm Advocate Nachituni, but I've since many a times corrected this. I have studied law and I have my master's degree from the University of South Africa. I am busy trying to enter the terrain of scholarly engagements through the acquisition of the LLD, for which I have started by submitting my proposal, which is yet to be accepted. So the theme goes to say against all odds, and this is against all odds at UNISA and elsewhere. Maybe during the speech that I'm going to give, I'm going to share much of these detailed experiences. Colleagues, I am here to speak largely on the policy implementation as the backbone for inclusion and mainstreaming of persons with disabilities. But let me premise my discussion on trying to very summarily respond to some of the questions that I feel within my talk may not be able to be included. By the way, Mayor Adonis is my boss. Yeah, she told you, she's the chief whip, and she serves at the Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. By virtue of that, she is my boss. So she is very much correct that as a department, we do analyze the annual performance plans and strategic plans. And not only that, but even the annual reports to see how disability has been embedded in the whole spectrum of service delivery, because the DWIPD is not a service delivery department, but it is a policy implementation and overseeing department for the empowerment of persons with disabilities, in particular in this instance because we're discussing about them. But it is a three-sectoral department. The analysis starts in my office, and we make recommendations. We do that twice. That is when we are going to be saying the political statements included in the APP does not embed disability. On many occasions, we've found that 95% or so of all the APPs of government departments have got political statements that do not speak to disability inclusion. And we've quite often raised that. And I'm not reporting anyone here, Adonis, I'm just raising this as a fact. As our political principle in Parliament, on a very public space, I'm saying we still need departments to embed political statements that include disability. And that is through your portfolio that we are going to achieve that. I'm gone from that. Now, tertiary institutions, it's an area of interesting attention for many of us. Because let us state that the Constitution gives rise to the right of basic education. It gives a notion that further education is a privileged right. But for persons with disabilities, that is different. Because there's nothing a person with a disability can do in life without proper education. That has been documented. So it is important that the Department of Higher Education facilitates and coordinates the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the higher education systems. The majority of persons with disabilities aged 20 to 24 who are severely experiencing difficulties across all functional domains were not attending any tertiary institution at some point. And this means that we have technically excluded persons with disabilities from what would have mattered most for their success. We can be happy to see just a few having progressed. The highest proportion of persons with disabilities aged 20 years and older with no formal education was recorded in many tribal institutions and traditional communities, regardless of the type of disability, while those in urban areas had a better profile. So we need to be working against this point, how to improve on this. My discussion, colleagues, is mostly on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, because I feel this is where the policies that we envisage within departments should derive. And I must emphasize the fact that the policy on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, together with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, do not ban rights of persons with disabilities. do not bear the rights of persons with disabilities. Instead, they bear the obligations towards the fulfillment of the rights of persons with disabilities as enshrined in various international law statutes like the Universal Declaration on Human Rights that was domesticated through the Bill of Rights within our Constitution. So many people do not understand that distinction. And a person would go around saying, I claim my right in terms of the white paper. There's no white paper that's got a right. The important pillars that I want us to focus on for purposes of today's discussion, colleagues, in particular, I would focus on the first pillar, which is the removal of barriers for participation and access. I'll focus on the fourth pillar, which is on lifelong learning, inclusive. I'll focus as well, just touch on the fifth pillar, which is on economic empowerment and poverty alleviation. And lastly, pillar 6, which speaks to representation, self-representation. Now, the first pillar has got a very interesting indicator which was spoken about a lot today, changing of attitudes and behavior. I wonder if many of us really understand what changing attitudes and behavior mean. Let me start off by saying harmful and negative attitudes and stereotypes associated with disability continue to segregate persons with disabilities from mainstream social and economic life. The INDS, that is the Disability Strategic Paper, which was released in 1997, acknowledges the centrality the changing of attitudes and behavior plays in the promotion and protection of the rights of persons with disabilities. It states that, and I quote, one of the greatest hurdles disabled people face when trying, and I want you to analyze this word, trying to access mainstream programs and negative attitudes. It is these attitudes that lead to the social exclusion and marginalization of persons with disabilities, and that the changing of attitudes is not something that happens automatically or spontaneously. Attitude changing is a complex process which involves moving in a series of stages from one set of attitudes to another. This could only be facilitated through various means, including awareness raising, policy reviews, and development of policies that seek to address attitudinal problems within the sectors and institutions. In the University of South Africa, many of us would recall, led by the Advocacy and Resource Center for Students with Disabilities, we would have series of events per year, just so that students and staff get to understand disability through awareness raising. Today here we've seen a demonstration of sign language just to prove that very fact. I left the university in 2022. How much movement did we have since then as the university? Are we seeing the leaders of the university understanding disability as they should? despite the fact that we've taken many of them on wheelchairs and we've taken them to hard and difficult terrain to traverse. And they found it very difficult and they wanted to be pushed up the steep slopes that we have. Have we had changes on that? If we did not, the awareness raising we are raising as the institution is not helping. Access to the built environment is the next one. The built environment includes all man-made surroundings that provide the settings for human activity, ranging from the large-scale civic surroundings to personal places. Current legislation regulating the built environment is not fully compliant with either international treaty obligations or constitutional imperatives, as it does not facilitate or enforce the concept of universal design, which I'm going to speak about later, that will enable equitable access to the built environment. The National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act of 1977, as well as the National Guidelines for Accessibility, currently constitute the regulatory framework for accessibility to the built environment. But I must emphasize here, colleagues, that we've long passed this stage of the white paper, because just 2 years ago, we participated at, not even 2 years, last year, we participated at the review of the South African national standards, Part S of it being that it caters particularly for standards relating to persons with disabilities. A call was made by the SABS, and I know that there are organizations that took advantage of that. That is the standard that needs to be passed, standards in terms of SANS 10400. That is going to be passed and is going to provide more guidance on compliance measures in terms of built environment. But we need to encourage other departments, and particularly the universities, through advocacy work by HETSA, to audit their buildings. I'm standing here having worked for the university for 14 years. And when I entered here in 2008, my former boss, Dr. Siva Mutli, had a story to tell about the Horong building. Why, Dr. Shezi, did you move this event from Horong building to here?
Moved it for convenience.
Yeah, I can tell you without fear or favor that it was moved because of accessibility issues. I started there. The escalator is working. Apparently, the lift is not working. And I know that there's a colleague on wheelchair here. And how was that colleague going to access that building? The ramp that is there is quite steep. In terms of the standards, that is very steep for a person to push themselves up that ramp. So you are quite correct, for convenience sake, to not to inconvenience this August event and for people to gain access. You had to move it to here. So that building was built way after UNISA had started. Consultations were done for that building to be constructed correctly. But all the specifications that were laid down by the then ACSWID director were not taken into cognizance. Hence, the building is so wrong today. Access to information and communication. When information and communication platforms and technology are available, affordable and accessible, as the Honorable Adonis had said, they significantly improve the inclusion of persons with disabilities in all aspects of society. Deaf persons use South African Sign Language, which was declared one of the 12 official languages last year, as their first language, and therefore require that they have access to sign language interpretation, and those that are around them to be trained on sign language, in particular for deaf children and parents. They require access to SASL interpreters, as well as note takers, captioning, and subtexting to facilitate access to information and communication. We sit and wait for the damage to be done. That's a very simplistic approach I always take and share with people. More often than not, our government fails not because they do not have good intentions, but because they take time to act properly. Organizations have taken government to court fighting for their right to access information through literary works to be protected. In 2021, the High Court, the North Gauteng High Court, had made a very significant pronouncement against the Copyright Act of 1978. That unconstitutionality was confirmed in 2022 by the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court gave 24 months to Parliament for them to remedy the defect. And by September 2024, Parliament had still not done that. In December, the Constitutional Court was approached to indicate that nothing was done in terms of that court order. And the section that sought to remedy the defect was read into the current Copyright Act of 1978. Look, I'm raising this because as a department where I'm working, these are the issues that we confronted with on a daily basis. And sometimes some of us cannot turn a deaf ear, I'm sorry, colleague, it's just a statement. But I need to state this because it is important. In 2023, an organization led by Section 27 took to the street requesting for the Department of Trade and Industry and Cooperation, and Competition, to process the ratification of the Marrakesh Treaty, which was one of the recommendations made by the court. And we're still sitting here without the Marrakesh Treaty being signed to domesticate the rights of cross-border material and so forth. We are called on by the organizations of persons with disabilities to coordinate and facilitate that process, as did NYPD. And I hope my principal in the Honorable Adonis would be hearing this, that as the department, we are expected to do the mandate that we do not really have constitutional mandates to do. Some departments need to be doing this, but the sector is frustrated, and when they are frustrated, they only have this department to tend to. When they turn to us, we fail to have answers. And all this because the policy implementation is a problem. Had this been signed long ago, this was not going to be a court case. And we should not be proud that we are always taken to court as government for us to do what we ought to do. The universal design and access is another elephant in the room. Colleagues have spoken about it. And it is important, colleagues, it saves time, it saves money, it saves all this effort we spend trying to advocate for the retrofitting and everything that we need to do just to accommodate persons with disabilities. Universal access is the ability of users to be equal with others and to have equal opportunity and access to services, products, systems, and environments, regardless of their social and or economic situations, religious or cultural background, gender or functional limitation. Accessibility can thus be described as the ability to access as well as the functionality of some system, environment, product, service, or entity. As the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, for example, we've come up with a strategy for the next 5 years to say we are going to go out, look for accessibility and monitor accessibility within service delivery points, where we know that persons with disabilities do go for services on a daily basis. We've done 10 already, as from July. And this we are doing with very thin staff component that we have, with the very least budget, as the Honorable Adonis had said. But we've done 10 already. And I must tell you, none of them, of these 10, is at a green. The best is orange. So it's a problem. We are saying service delivery points should be accessible. It must be a policy matter. And government must take a stance to say no government department is going to lease a building which does not conform to the simplest standards. Simple. Because should we condone it by continuing to lease these buildings, we are not going to get it right. Reasonable accommodation. It ensures that persons with disabilities enjoy, on an equal basis with others, all human rights and fundamental freedoms. The promotion, the prevention, what am I saying? Yeah, the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, PEPUDA, includes denial of reasonable accommodation as a form of unfair discrimination. Just to put it simply, reasonable accommodation is a modification of environments, of circumstances, conditions, and situations where we find ourselves. In this context of universities, we need to ensure that all the facilities do provide for this progressive support to ensure that students with disabilities are not excluded. I know that UNISA is an ODEL model or system, but the system should be able to accommodate persons with disabilities. When COVID started and we did away with what you call physical examinations that we used to write, we switched very quickly to online examinations. And as the directorate at that stage, we raised an issue to say, this thing of invigilator app that is going to question why a person with a disability constantly requires to go to the loo to relieve themselves is a problem. Because it's going to fail a person who's genuinely requiring that support. I use JAWS, and when my JAWS is speaking when I'm writing to that app, it's a problem. I don't know how far we've gone with that. I trust you, we would have solved that. There's this monster that have now come in to be, what do you call it, Turnitin. For persons who are visually impaired, that is a nightmare. When I was doing my master's, I struggled a lot. And you write to anybody who will do so that you can get support, they'll be telling you that there's nothing they can do. It's the system. When I was studying, I learned that there is something called exceptional circumstances. And if in our systems we do not embed exceptionalizing some of these things so that we can accommodate other people, then it becomes a problem. In its own very nature, that is very much exclusive. Lifelong learning, education, and training. Of great significance is the pillar, which is pillar 4, sub 2 of the WPRPD, which provides that exclusion from education reflects a complex, progressive, and sustained social process of being excluded. The students who are excluded from education are often also excluded from development benefits in general. Some children or students already experience exclusion within their family and communities in which they live. Some children are excluded at the school level, where schools do not have inclusive policies, cultures, and practices that make everyone feel welcome, with the assurance that they will be able to develop to their fullest potential. And the last link in the web of exclusion can be national education policies. Statistics show that children and adults with disabilities tend to have less access to education at any level compared to their peers without disabilities. When I sit at the meetings of the National Task Team for the placement of learners with disabilities, this is a thorny issue we discuss. And at some point, we fought quite bitterly with other colleagues because of the understanding that, as said earlier, disability could be expensive, something that I did not relate to. And this colleague of mine said, including deaf sign language interpretation in schools is going to be exorbitant. And I vouch for you, the whole house was up against that woman, because it was insensitive. We cannot sit at any point in time and start talking about the expenses around funding disability, especially in the learning context. How else do you expect that person to achieve education? If you do not fund them, how do you expect them to thrive? And why then do you admit them? For frustration. Rather be straightforward and say, we're not going to accommodate you, and so that we can take you to court to say you denied me my access to study. Don't pretend as if you want to accommodate us to frustrate us. Don't. And we've been part of this process. We know how frustrating this could be. education should not be a compromised phenomenon or experience for us. It must be something that we should enjoy. When you begin to think getting a particular degree, you start asking which could be the most accommodative university. Because you find that this has got this problem, that has got that problem, that has got that problem. You end up with all the universities not being able to properly accommodate you. And it is quite unfortunate because I'm going to state this. The previously white universities are far ahead of many of the universities. That's the truth. Equally goes with the schools. The special schools where I have went, where Mr. Masuga had went, is by far behind as compared to the school where a white child who is of my age would have gone. And you can pick that up when you are sitting and engaging that this person from Pioneer School understands some of these concepts far much better than I do. Understood this concept far much better than I did when I was at school. All because the environments were created to be differentiated. But are we doing the same thing with our universities and schools today? Are we really empowering each other to match up? I think we are quite slow if ever we are doing. The next thing I would want to focus on is unemployment, which is Pillar 5. Colleagues, I must begin by stating that from the department's perspective, and I'm not here to advocate for DWRPD, but it is important that I share this information. Because in the invitation that I received and the concept note, we speak about the UNISA wanting to achieve the 3%. In 2023, Cabinet has taken a firm decision. I can share that with everybody. And I think I've shared that with Mr. Masuka. That 2024-2025 must be at 3%. And we must progressively realize, we must progressively increase these percentages by one, at least each year until we reach to 7% by 2030. Unfortunately, even within many departments where I see the reports and compile the annual reports, they still do not make up this percentage. And quite irritating is that departments, despite the fact that we would have shared this decision with them, they still boldly come up to have planned some for 2%, some for 2.5%. We no longer speak about that 3% today. And UNISA, as one of the public institutions, I think that is the spirit within which they need to operate. However, I must mention, colleagues, that it is not only the mere percentages and numbers. We need to be serious about this. When I was still serving at the UNISA Employee Forum and the Institutional Employment Forum, I always raised issues around disability spread. Colleagues, it is not proud, it is not pride of us to have 600 persons with disabilities out of 10,000. And we boast to say we have 6%. Where are those people? Where? On the strata. Because in most cases we find them languishing at the P10s and P11s and P9s. Many of them are not on higher levels. They are not on supervisory levels. They are not on roles that they can lead as persons with disabilities. And I always say this, and I say this even within my department, to say, much as we can be proud that we have women at 54% government-wide. We must not be proud because with people with disabilities, we are not equally advocating for them to ascend the ladder. We are only advocating for them to be employed. And we go to miss the target more often than not when we say we encourage them through our advertisements to apply. I must be quite honest, colleagues. Having analyzed what that word means or what that phrase means, I feel very much annoyed when I see it.
Last 5
Each
minutes.
time when I'm applying,
Last 5 minutes.
I'm intimidated.
Sorry.
And this is the problem with the person who speaks last. And program director, I would respect you. So it is important, colleagues, that we advocate for them to go higher so that we can be realistic when we speak about these percentages. Dr. Lingani knows about this position of mine long ago. The last point I would love to touch on is on representation. Colleagues, self-representation is very important. And I'm happy that the University of South Africa, for a long time, even far ahead of the white paper, Mema's book, had established the Association for Students with Disabilities for the purposes of self-representation and self-advocacy back in 2011. And we must be proud of that. And in 2007, already UNISA had a policy that sought to advocate for self-representation. But it is a long-drawn battle. Are we sufficiently funding that unit, structure? Is it really giving meaningful impact-based approach when it comes to engaging on issues for students with disabilities? I have advocated with many registrars and deputy registrars for the inclusion of students with disabilities within the SRC without having contested for elections. And I'm very much kind to that because I understand what I'm saying. You can't expect the 3,000 of persons with disabilities who cannot even of them go to vote, by the way, to contest against the remaining 300,000, and you expect them to win. And making impression when you're speaking about disability is a very difficult thing. Hence, we want, personally, I would have wanted to see UNISA having established a desk within the SRC for that to be, for the disability to be represented. They can canvass and vote themselves who the chairperson is and so forth, but that chairperson should make way into the SRC without any contestation. A right, so that they can self-advocate. So it will be very difficult to achieve this if we don't have, if we still want them to go on a public contestation platforms and we expect them to win, disability is going to remain very, very far behind. Where I have experienced this, it was in another university where I studied, where we had this arrangement, and it's not only there. I think I've seen many universities, 3 of them, I would say, that had that arrangement, and it worked very well, fantastically well. So I'm advocating for that, so that we can have persons with disabilities included without any compromise by any chance. On that, program director, under duress, I end here, and I trust we're going to engage through Q&A. Thank you.
My esteemed former colleague, Mr. Nechituni, you and I come a long way since the days of UEDF. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, you might not have said all that you wanted to say, but you've said volumes. You spoke about the 6 pillars, and you've also indicated that there is a need for us to think progressively where we're not stuck on the 3% mode, because we need to align with the National Development Plan, which has set quite a lofty target vis-a-vis where we stand, because by 2030, the national benchmark and should be 7%. Can I just make a plea to my colleagues sitting here and students? From personal experience, when I did my performance review, and I mentioned the fact that I participate in the advocacy group for persons with disability, that is now the UNISA Employee Disability Forum. I was sensitized to the fact that we're not visible. So let's make a commitment here, whether you be a student or an employee, or you are a guest here in UNISA for this Indaba. Let's make our voices heard. Let's make ourselves visible. If there are any resolutions to be made, that should be one of the major resolutions for 2026. And colleagues and students and everybody here present, please, let's make our voices heard. Let's make ourselves visible. Dr. Masibugo even suggested that we claim our space. We should, Mayor Masibugo made that comment. And let's take such comments to heart, because nothing for us without us. We should get out of the mentality that things are going to get done for us. Let's do it ourselves. Thankfully, in the council, there is Mayor ZZY Nzo, who is very much passionate and committed on matters relating to persons with disabilities. She may have been seen as kind of too fussy, because at some stage, she actually sent back some policies, some of them coming from us in HR, because they didn't have a clause on universal accessibility. And we had to actually rectify those policies to make sure that there is a universal declaration on accessibility. I would hope that that kind of thinking permeates throughout the university. Now, colleagues, without much further ado, at this stage, we have heard our last panelist. Shall we give a huge A round of applause to all panelists thus far. Now, for the next 10 minutes, which is probably not enough, but colleagues, let's allow for questions. I see that now members, unfortunately, there aren't sufficient, there may not be sufficient chairs, but there's still one for you. We're going to now have questions because it's a Q&A session. I've got the roving mic, a second one. Okay, so there is a roving mic. Again, as to expedite the session, let us please refrain from making long speeches before we ask a question. Let's try and be as direct and as succinct as possible. Thank you. Now, we have a roving mic, and as a matter of principle, ideally, a person should just identify themselves, who they are, which is optional, and then ask a question. Of course, you're free to make a comment as long as it's not going to be a long statement. Thank you. And I'm also counting on the fact that May Chauke Adonis is still online. Is she? Because she's one of the panelists. Okay? Right?
Can I go on? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're doing them three at a time.
Yeah. I am not going to introduce myself again, but I will just mention that I am an occupational therapist by profession. So according to what we do at occupational therapy, we advocate for what we call occupational justice. So it is a comment about this ongoing exclusion of students with disabilities is actually affecting occupational justice for those people. So they end up experiencing what we call occupational deprivation, occupational marginalization, and so on. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Laposhia speaking here. Dr. Nozipo Nospiwo Delumbo. We'd like to thank you so much for the programs which you have introduced to the university. It's really going to ensure inclusivity. Now, all I'm coming to you with this afternoon is, are you balancing the scales? Who are the people? Who is your source? Where you source your employees for all these new qualifications? We would like to ask that because as also a representative of the students, AXWITH, we are inundated with cries from students saying, we see adverts, but we are not included. And remember, I said it earlier, I'm not going to go through that again, but I'm saying, can we balance the scales by also making sure that not only do we include them in education, but we also include disability in employment. Thank you.
Sanmanani again. Thank you very much, speakers, for the profound speeches that you have made. First of all, I would like to actually thank you, Nisa, for actually supporting students with disability. We are trying as an institution, and I really appreciate it for that. However, there is an area that we are missing as the institution, especially when it comes to students who are registered for masters and PhDs. What I've seen is the lack of support within the institution when it comes to supporting students with disabilities. And number two, funding. Because I believe that students with disabilities who are at postgrad level, especially those who are doing PhDs and master students, are not funded enough. There is no criteria. You go to other countries like UK, you go to Australia, you go to USA, you find that there is a funding that is specifically put aside for students with disabilities, especially those who are registered for postgraduate degrees. What does that mean? It means that the access to education in those countries is for all. But you come here in South Africa, you find that we apply for sponsorships. We get those sponsorships, and they forget that the way we work, we don't work as people with no disabilities. For instance, you are given a 3-year scholarship. They don't extend. I can attest to that. They can't even extend. They can't even consider the fact that you have more needs than a student who doesn't have a disability. And that may be one of the discouragement where you will find that when it's application time, we've got lots of applications from students with disabilities who want to pursue their masters and PhDs. But when it comes to funding, now I'm speaking of South African students, when it comes to funding for MNDs, for people with disabilities, as we struggle to get bursaries and we're not even trusted by the organization that we will finish those qualifications. Now, where am I going? I hear white papers. I hear all discrimination, all these policies and systems, constitutions that are in place. But the real implementation of these policies is very much concerning. We have these talks like this, but what do we do after that? We come, we have food, we listen, then what do we do? Do we do reports, and where do we take these reports to? Because at the end of the day, in South Africa, we need, especially at UNISA, we need to support students who are registered for masters and PhDs. You find that a student is a solo, is only dependent on the supervisor, and the supervisor is having a lot of work to do and can't give full attention. There is no mentorship. There is no psychosocial support that students with disabilities are receiving within the institutions. And this goes straight again to employees. You find that you are an employee with disability. You apply for a position and you qualify for a position and you are not shortlisted. Number one. And number two, you apply for a position, you get a position, but when you are given an office, you are not even asked what type of resources would you need, what type of office, how would you like to see your office, the type of a laptop that you need. Those things are not there. Human resource keeps quiet. When it comes to data, I come, I sign my contract, but they don't ask how can we assist you as a person with disability? Those are the challenges. You find that we are given old desks, old chairs that are not even in good condition. And we don't even, like I type with one hand. I'm not even given an assistant who can assist me when I get tired. What do we do? What is government doing? Because those things, colleagues and comrades, those things we need to make sure that they are implemented. These talking of disabilities when it is suitable, but when it comes to implementation and you just talk because you want to get a certain position, it has to come to an end. We must face the reality. And I am going to stand and advocate only for reality. You are in the position, let us see a change. Don't sit there and warm a chair and do nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Most of what was said here are comments, but I'm going to try to just comment on them. But specifically for the one that I was going to Mamu Delubo, I would leave it. But I had sought to also advise in terms of health science professions as raised by Womashutu. Some years ago, I think it's 2018, if not 2019, we went to the UNISA office in Limpopo, where we engaged students, and one of the panelists was a doctor by profession who has severe disability. And I want to emphasize severe disability because it's important. This person has got difficulties using his arms. I'm not saying he can't use them. He's got difficulty using them. He's got difficulty working, but he made it within the profession. The thing is how to ensure that, as one of the colleagues had said earlier, how to ensure that we empower them, how to ensure that we give them necessary support while they are still in school. It should be that it shouldn't be that only children or learners that are coming from mainstream schools or so-called normal schools can only access these professions. I think that is one area I want to address. In terms of support for employees with disabilities, I'll speak from government perspective. Is that I have intended to speak about this, Mr. Shezi, Dr. Shezi. I just failed because of time pressure that you reminded me. Need to say that the government had put together a directive which started as a circular to emphasize on the increased percentage of employment equity targets for persons with disabilities. It was supposed to have been pronounced on today by the two ministers, Minister for Public Service and Administration and Minister for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. There were some delays in terms of signing off, but it should be pronounced either this week or next week. That is going to provide a firm grip on this intention to say we want to see this being achieved. Supplementing that process, the DWIPD is processing a practice note that is going to help in ensuring that departments are advised on how to accommodate, firstly to recruit, and select, then appoint, then retain, and provide reasonable accommodation to persons with disabilities, because we identified this as a gap. As I said when I was speaking, it is important that even universities follow suit. And this directive and the practice note should not only speak to the departments. Through the Department of Higher Education and Training, I suppose universities are going to get it so that we can support the employment of persons with disabilities, both within the universities and within government departments. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, just an apology. One of the sign language interpreters has had to leave because of prior commitments, urgent commitments. So unfortunately, we have only Mr. Kepe now, who by right, in terms of standards and operating procedures, has to take a break. He has requested to take a 5-minute break before she can come back and sign. So please, unfortunately, it's beyond our control. Let's continue with the question, responding with the panel responding to questions. And we haven't forgotten that we also have a panelist online, Mechauke. If you want to just perhaps comment or respond to any of the questions or comments that have been put forth, because one of the questions was the virtual exclusion of M&D students who have disability, although there is support, but there is very little sensitivity towards the challenges they face. You know, what sort of response can we have to that? I'm putting you on the spot, Mechauke, but as a parliamentarian, as a parliamentarian, perhaps you can respond. Not just that one, to any of the questions that have been raised, but particularly the limitations on M&D students who live with disabilities. Are you online, Mechauke? Okay. While we wait for Mechauke to respond, let's just also let any of the panelists respond to any of the questions and comments that have been made. Does support have to be limited to only money, giving scholarships and bursaries for M&D students? And I know this also touches on our research and administration department in the context of UNISA. Do they have to actually set the same time frames for when funding is provided for students with disabilities, or do they need to make allowances? There was also a comment made about SRC, that the SRC perhaps needs to have a dedicated portfolio for or a desk for persons with disabilities, and not just hope that by default, by chance, someone who lives with disabilities could be elected, because on the law of averages, it might be very unlikely if students with disabilities constitute only 10%, it might be very unlikely that 90% can vote one of the people from the 10% group, just to make an example.
Okay, thank you. Is it on? Okay. I'd like to respond to the issue of support provision for students who are doing M&D. But I must indicate, based on my experience, remember I've mentioned earlier that we have graduated a PhD student who is completely deaf. And I must indicate that supervising a student with any form of disability cannot be done by one supervisor. I think that is according to my experience. And I must put a disclaimer that we were two. I had a main supervisor, Professor Patudi, and myself. So we supervised this student, the two of us. The reason being that we try to eliminate the frustration from the side of the students. If one supervisor is not available, the other supervisor must be available for that student. And what we did is that the first strategy, we had to sit down, we as supervisors, to plan the support needs of the student. We met with the students to understand the support need, and that is the reason the student completed her PhD successfully. So it needed a lot of effort because we had to understand his needs and what can be done to support that student. And I'm not sure, I don't want to talk on behalf of other supervisors. I was just giving myself and Professor Patudi as an example. And yeah. Yes.
Colleagues, we've had colleagues, and by saying colleagues, I'm including students as well, everybody who is here. We've almost come to the end of our program because we're way over time and we don't want to be evicted from this venue. Now we're going to request Prof. Kuno to briefly chart the way forward and give a vote of thanks. And before she comes to the podium, I'm also going to make a plea. Let us prioritize our panelists when it comes to queuing up for dinner, lunch, not dinner, lunch, which is ready. And there is also a request for the group photo for the panelists just at the end of this session. That's all we had time for. And thank you very much. You've been a good audience, but time is not on our side. Over to you, Prof.
Dumelang. Thank you, Ntate. Thank you, colleagues, for making time to be with us today. We are really grateful. I am particularly grateful to Toliwe, who was leading the organizing for today. And I'm also really, really, really grateful to Ntate Masuka. He's sitting here in front. He has been an amazing teacher. I have considered myself to be a guru on transformation, on understanding how social hierarchies create inequalities. But in the work that I have done over almost 30 years, I have never understood what it means to live with a disability until I was challenged by Metoliwe, who has been doing work with persons with disabilities here at UNISA for many years, and also talking to Ntate Masuka, who is living with a disability. And I think my experience with having had these conversations, very hard conversations with my colleagues, what I have realized is that it makes a lot of sense to argue nothing for us without us. It makes so much sense because there are so many blind spots that I had as someone who considers myself a guru on diversity and dealing with inequalities. I had absolutely no idea. I was clueless. That gives you a sense of how clueless our leaders are around the needs of persons with disabilities. So I agree with a lot of the issues that came out today, and I will advocate for them, that we need to make sure that every forum, every committee, every room has a person with disabilities, because we don't know. We absolutely don't know your experiences. And therefore, we will not change how we do things. Because we have people need to be honest. We have absolutely no clue. We have to be honest if we are going to have lasting change. So I'm here to speak, to not give a speech. They said I must be short. Some colleagues were saying, Prof, be short. But I really wanted to say that this is the beginning of deep work, because we really need to do deep work if we are going to see serious change. And I am personally committed to making sure that every room that I get into, I'm honest about my own blind spots, so that everyone else can be honest about their blind spots. Otherwise, we will not see change. I'm so grateful, colleagues. I was going to name everyone on the program, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say Ke a leboha. Everyone who made time today to come share your experiences, Ria leboha. We are planning a 12-month campaign, which it won't end, but we will reflect at the end of November next year. So we will be inviting you again, because the intention of this campaign is to really assess where UNISA can improve, and to hold UNISA responsible and accountable for where it is lagging behind. We have been mandated by our council to do this work. So I'm hoping that, as unfortunately, transformation, if you work in transformation, you are the police, but we gladly are going to do this policing work to make sure that every portfolio takes accountability for where they are lacking, so that we can go back to council and say, this is where different portfolios are lacking, give us resources so that we can address some of these things. We've identified a few low-hanging fruits, and we're going to start advocating for different spaces to do work, to achieve certain milestones. By end of November next year, I'm praying and hoping, and I'm going to pull my shirt up to make sure that we are able to say where we have made improvements. We are going to be working very hard. My colleagues know that I enslave them. So this is one of the biggest projects where I'm going to enslave them on. So colleagues, we are really grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that is the way forward. We will be inviting all of you back. We are collaborating with various portfolios, and we are going to be having conversations with various portfolios to see and make sure that everyone does their part. I'm going to call Metoliwe. Metoliwe was leading this project. She's going to hand over gifts. Ke a leboga, colleagues.
Afternoon, colleagues. It's me again. I'm a great R now. I think you've passed, eh? Should we try? Ah, our students. Okay, bye-bye, fella, or a thank you. So we're saying thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much for your time. And I know everyone is busy this time of the year in all these institutions. And colleagues, thank you so much for taking a time to attend this Indaba. It was necessary and it is important, and it's actually long overdue. So as Prof has alluded, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. So we have just this program, a campaign, a 12-month campaign, try to revive ourselves. We said, hey, let's look at ourselves. Are we accommodating our staffs with disability? Are we accommodating everyone? Because Megan and in some of the speakers say, alluded to the fact that you are temporarily abled. Anything can happen to any one of us, anytime, any day, any minute. So colleagues, thank you so much. I would like to hand this gift to our panelists. I'm going to start ka Dr. Nosipiwe. Kare uzwa khole hampi ubuya kude sisi wami. So siyakubongela and Siyabonga sisi wami uhambe kahle mawubuyele emuva and be safe. Hey kunestorm la siyasiphazamisela ngaphandle. And to you, Dr. Gloria, thank you for your time. I know that you're busy at your college, but we really appreciate your time. And thank you so much. Mam Nomasonto, hey, umama wami lo is a friend. It's, I don't know. Ngiyamgibela nje ngithe buya uzonika presentation. She was with us 2 years back. Le azosinika presentation about albinism, and she's leading that society. I really appreciate you, Sisi. And sisazokubiza futhi. Yes, last week I called her ku G20 ngathi you have to go out to sikhulume. You're coming to UNISA. So I really appreciate you. You're always there for us. Thank you. Love you. Thank you, Sisi. Thank you. Ntate Nechatu. Hey, sukuma bhuti wami, sukuma. Sukuma, vele usibalekele la UNISA.
I'm the last one.
He ran away from us, this one. Uye ukuphi vele ku-president. Sizokulanda. Sizomlanda, siyabuya futhi because we're busy with this campaign. We need you. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you for coming here. And Siyabonga. Last and not least, Babu Shezi. We drive a ship when you drove it very well, and you were just such a good pilot. Siyabonga kakhulu isikhathi sakho. And I must say, Ubaba Shezi has been with us, UEDF, UNISA Employee Disability Forum. He's been serving there for years and years, supporting us. But currently, you're still a deputy chairperson, ain't it? But he's leaving the institution. He's going on retirement. So, hi, I'm eating him up, just for the last. So, thank you, Baba Shezi. Thank you for your time. Your presence. Yeah. Audience, thank you so much. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Organizers, you know, the team here, DLT, you such. I don't have words to explain. You've been so good. You've been so good. And my colleagues, Sipo, Takani, Ofelani, thank you so much for your support. Exhibitors, not forgetting, Nina, and showing up yourself and the devices, the different devices that you have. Library department, we really